So in his place, we will invite our own director of the Women Africa Foundation, Evelyn, to come and Barrister Evelyn, sorry, because she was saying yesterday that people like the prefixes to their names. We want to invite Barrister Evelyn to chair this session, this morning session for us today. Barrister.
Good morning. Morning to you. How are you? I want to trust your morning. Your yesterday evening and this morning is great. And we are ready to take it on. Okay? At this time and in place, I would take this opportunity to welcome one Mr. Alfred Nyambane, who is from the ATPS, to take us through a moment of recap over what we had yesterday. I want to believe it was a very, very healthy session that we had yesterday. Kindly let us put our hands together and invite Mr. Alfred Nyambane. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nyambane. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it was quite a handy day yesterday. So, as a way of recapping what we did in summary, because it was quite a lot of information provided yesterday. In the opening session, the ceremony, which was held yesterday, we had Dr. Nicholas Ozo invite the chair of that session, Ms. Helen Kezia, who is the director of Women International Peace Center in Uganda. And in her welcoming speech, Ms. Helen, who was the moderator actually, noted that there was need for concerted efforts in the fight against violent extremism, and said that COVID-19 has presented an opportunity that is likely to favor violent extremism activities if action is not taken in time. Hence, it is necessary that the conference was organized. It was necessary that the conference was organized to discuss and come up with strategies that will offer lasting solutions to these criminal acts. And the chair of the session, Professor Kiamba, who is also the ATPS board chair, welcomed all delegates and gave an opportunity to the executive director of ATPS, Dr. Nicholas, to provide his welcoming remarks. And Dr. Ozo provided a brief on the origin and the composition of the SVNP and the partnership. He also introduced and described the role of ATPS and the connection between STI and prevention and countering violent extremism. Dr. Monde was also provided an opportunity to give his opening remarks, and Dr. Monde Muyagwa, the Director Africa Program, Woodrow Wallon Center, was keen to understand the effects of COVID-19 on the fight against violent extremism. Meanwhile, we had Professor Frederick Ogega, the Director, Center for Democracy, Peace and Security, CMDPS, Rongo University. He thanked all partners for the role they played in making this conference happen and provided a snapshot on the role played by the university as far as extremism is concerned. The keynote presentation was provided by Mr. Ono Koopmans, who is the Regional PCVE Coordinator, East Africa, Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Nairobi, Kenya. He provided a deep analysis of the violent extremism issues that mainly rotated around recruitment of people to engage in violent extremism. And he provided 10 points or 10 aspects, which include, number one, generational suffering in peripheral areas as a key point that causes people to get recruited. There is, number two, educational level, where low educational level is associated more with recruited individuals who are easily swayed. Religious literacy levels were also an issue, where recruits have generally low understanding of religion and therefore depend on others who do the interpretation to favor their cause. Unemployment and voluntary and forceful recruitment is increased by unemployment. Number five, we had also limited confidence in the institutions, both government and non-governmental systems. And he posed a question: how do COVID-19 measures provided by government taken by the people? Number six is the speed of recruitment. More than 80% recruitment is done within a year, according to his own research and their experience in East Africa, whereas 50% is done within a month. So responsibility for the sons, or of the sons, especially the elder sons, lowers the chances of recruitment. So he was trying to connect responsibility provided to the youth, gives them an opportunity to get responsible and avoid being recruited. Social networks, number seven, social networks are influential. And the question is COVID-19 affecting cohesion in the society or in the community? Number eight, there is the globalized ideas generated to discredit some religious or some religions or ideologies. Some extremist groups believed that COVID-19 is a disease of infidels until it hit them as well. So that mentality, I think, changed when they were hit by the pandemic as well. Introduction of recruits to organizations is done by friends. That is according to Koopmans' inputs. Peers and some religious leaders. In some countries where authority is extremist groups, the youth are easily recruited as they deem joining the groups to be similar to joining the police or the army. And the last but not least, the tipping point is that the individuals do not join extremist groups based on one single reason, and government action is critical and it is deemed offensive, especially if security forces use excessive force, and it gives them reasons to rebel and join such groups. So the main assumptions here are that the drivers are worse in the COVID-19 era, and that lockdown increases more online recruitment, and excessive force is a good excuse for joining extremist groups, as in they cause them to be rebellious. Radicalization continues, but there is no evidence of increased recruitment in the COVID-19 era or pandemic. There is no data also to support this, hence the need for research. Face-to-face recruitment is the most prominent or common, and individuals are motivated. There is individual motivations or individual incentives. Social systems as well as personal issues are the key drivers that cause individuals to join extremist groups. He also mentioned that STI, that is science, technology, and innovation, is needed in containing and preventing violent extremism. In the opening ceremony, we also had a chance to hear the speech of the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government in Kenya, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, where his keynote speech was read on his behalf by Mr. Moffat Muridhi, who is the Chief Administrative Secretary in the same ministry. But before reading the speech of the chief guest, Mr. Muridhi gave his own personal views that the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on violent extremism are not yet known. There is a need to upgrade strategies to deal with violent extremism in the era of COVID-19. There is also need to involve all stakeholders in this fight, such as the government, citizens, social institutions, research institutions, civil society, policy institutions, and the international community, who all have a role to play in this. Research is very critical going forward, so there is a deeper understanding and bridging the gap in information, such as the attitude and causes of radicalization among the people. The CS, Dr. Matiang'i, thanked the ATPS for the invitation and noted that the conference coincides with the government's focus for the country. He noted that the gains already made in the fight should not be reversed, and that collective approach is critical, and that no single country has succeeded to fight terrorism. Science, technology, and innovation should, or through research, is critical in the fight against violent extremism. The use of artificial intelligence, AI, has also been demonstrated to be very important in the fight, although the terrorist groups are also utilizing technology to advance their own evil deeds. Youth and women are more vulnerable, and he also noted that reduced financial resources in this era, there is a reduced financial resources because of the diversion of the funds to fight the pandemic, and therefore cutting the funds that should be used in countering terrorism. This is despite having a framework on counterterrorism in Kenya, The CS, through his representative, officially opened the conference and pledged to support the efforts being made in this conference to counter violent extremism. So we had a session whereby the keynote, there were perspectives or interventions that were made by several people in this conference. And the first intervention came from Professor Frederick Ogega. He noted that there are cross-border sites and emerging news sites such as Migori, where extremist groups are targeting to recruit new members. And there were complaints when they were doing their own research, complaints by parents about teenagers joining strange groups and disappearing for certain periods, or even calling themselves strange names, and noted that it was a worrying pattern in the areas. There is also need to not only focus on the hotspots or the traditional hotspots in the fight against violent extremism, but also look at the emerging sites where, when designing programs aimed at curbing terrorism. And there was, do we consider COVID-19 a new hotspot? More information is needed to ascertain this. Education is a key factor, either formal education or traditional education. Religious literacy is a major issue. Misinterpretation of religion is very common, and the clergy have a big role to play in, to prevent this. Issues of ideology and needs to be addressed. Interfaith dialogue groups are important, and they need to be involved and be part of this process. Action plans need to involve all actors on the ground, such as opinion leaders, bloggers, as well as business people. There is need to consider social media literacy programs to educate the youth, not to be lured, to be easily lured through social media, which is highly accessible nowadays. There is a reaction, the reaction of the people on the measures put in place by the government to fight the pandemic tells a lot on the trust the people have on the institutions. It will be important for the government to use research to fight terrorism. There was an intervention by Eli Opondo, Program Director, Champions of Peace. Need to design programs with a spectrum of speed of recruitment. Trust in security systems connects with the speed of recruitment. It is also important to work with the community to bridge the trust deficit. Overreaction by government affects the confidence of the people on the, especially with the regard to the COVID-19. COVID-19 has created a divided attention, with little attention being given to counter violent extremism. There is increased access to the internet and has exposed the youth to increased access to content that may lead to self-radicalization or influence from, or get influence from elsewhere. The Kazi kwa Vijana program was lauded, but there was a question as to whether this would continue to the near future, or is it just a program meant for the pandemic? There is also need to have social amenities such as playing grounds, swimming pools, gyms, recreational centers that will keep the youth occupied. A deeper understanding of online recruitment is required. And how do we narrow the trust deficit? Do we use the community policy? For example, in Kenya, we have the Nyumba Kumi initiative. So we need to think around these aspects of ensuring that we have a trust and that the community can be used to provide information, hence dealing with this terrorism. Professor Walter Oyawa, the Director General NACOSTI, provided some of his inputs and mentioned that lockdowns and curfews have been used to the advantage of terrorists to recruit or strengthen their presence on the ground in certain areas or countries, increasing loss and lack of opportunities for the youth is exacerbating the situation. Increased digital interactions have led to negative influence. Conspiracy theories have also emerged around the COVID-19, such as allegations that COVID-19 is a biological weapon or can be modified to be used as a weapon. Interventions developed need to target youth and enhance education. It's important to develop incubation hubs or digital hubs to keep the youth occupied and develop useful innovations that will enhance development. Reintroduction of youth programs, youth service, for example, national youth service, as a requirement before being allowed to proceed with personal goals is critical. This would entrench patriotism amongst the youth, as well as provide additional technical skills which can be used to further or empower them. Mr. Sindov Endoni, who is a representative of the Nigerian embassy here in Nairobi, said that there is need to consider all possibilities and that anything is possible. We do not just focus on the hotspots or the traditional recruitment hotspots, but ensure that all information is taken seriously. Community participation is critical as they are the most affected. Youth vulnerability is given, especially with the emergence of social media and the internet, where you get everything and anything you're looking for. Governments need to use the social media to plug in and convey useful messages. Ms. Evelyn Butichi, Elect Women African Foundation, noted that when youth are not taken care of, this becomes a serious societal problem. There is need to eliminate grounds for radicalization by providing opportunities for the youth. It was also noted that the highly educated people are also involved in violent extremism, as was the case in Garissa University in Kenya. Then we had a presentation by Ms. Marion Ngare, National Counterterrorism Center in Kenya, where she introduced the institution and its mandate in preventing, countering violent extremism. It is a multi-agency organization that works with several ministries permanently and through ad hoc committees. Ms. Ngare noted that violent extremism has caused havoc in the country, and many people have died or are maimed from terrorist acts. The pandemic has not stopped terrorism, as the fact that provided an example of Somalia where there is increased terrorist acts. Uh, Ideologies have been a cause of violence, and that sacrifice everything for the cause is their motto. Since terrorists don't sleep, so should the fight against terrorism. Terrorism knows no boundaries, and a good example is the case of Mozambique, where some Kenyans have been implicated in it. She provided some drivers to violent extremism. Number one was religion, as I mentioned before. But two was marginalization, both perceived or real. The youth or people feel neglected by government. Poverty and unemployment, desperation and hopelessness causes the youth to be drawn with the promise of economic benefits. It is important to promote patriotism to counter that. Four, presence of technology, expansion of technology, access to social media, increases access to ideologies or sharing of the same, and therefore may lead to self-radicalization or increased lone wolf attacks. Another driver that was mentioned was the adventure or adventurous spirit. So people trying, or the youth trying to do new things. So Marion finally acknowledged that there is not enough data or research conducted to provide accurate facts and figures, although the National Counterterrorism Plans was developed based on research findings, and that there were many stakeholders drawn from academia, CSOs, religious groups that were involved in drafting these plans. There is need to consider the soft approach to combating violent extremism, and that no single driver can be attributed to a particular terrorist act. There is a combination of factors that leads to such acts. Need for continuous research to understand violent extremism, and that information is critical. That is according to Kenneth Walipsawa, who noted that there was a large presence of scholars in this conference who can be very useful in providing information and doing research. Mr. Sindov noted that it is important to continue to collaborate and share information in fighting terrorism. It is not a fight for one country. There is need to innovate and make sure that the strategies used by government are superior to those of terrorists who also employ their own tactics. I think those are basically most of the points that were generated yesterday. Thank you very much.
Mr. Alfred, thank you for that. And I want to believe, for those of us who are not here or who came in late, you've at least taken note of where you missed out. And one thing I'm learning from this is that the bottom line of it, the bottom line of all this is when we engage ourselves with research, when we engage ourselves with a change of mind, just a paradigm shift in our mindset, then we are going to make more steps and better off steps than where we are right now. So as we forge on the same, I would request that we have our ears wide open, our feet right on the ground to make sure that we get our points right. Next, in the panel, I take this opportunity to invite one of our own, who is Dr. Frederick Ogenga, And he's going to take us through. Oh, sorry, they have written doctor. Sorry? Oh, okay. You know, dealing with intellectuals, it's not easy. You have to give them their thing. Eh? So I want to take this opportunity to invite Professor Frederick Ogenga. You've seen what Ogenga is doing, and especially it's like he's taken it upon himself to deal with the youth. The people, most of the people he's dealing with at the university are young people. So I want to believe he has the passion. Dr. I want to believe you have that passion. Kindly take us on. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and to viewers wherever they are. We usually have a problem with those people who cannot differentiate between a doctor and a professor. But I think it also depends on where you come from. In Europe, they say doctor, professor. In the US, a university teacher is referred to as a professor. In Kenya, you have to earn the professorship title through a very rigorous process presented by the Commission for University Education. So that confusion is understandable. But in any case, I would want to emphasize on, of course, what our session chair has actually alluded to, which is the role of the centrality of youth in issues of violent extremism and countering violent extremism. So I'd want to really bridge the gap between the youth, the technology, and the youth language. So my presentation today is actually titled Representing Terrorism in a Post-COVID Era, Issues, Impacts, and Lessons. The first time that you actually have been exposed to terrorism is because most probably you learned about it in the media. You learn about a terrorist attack because it has been reported in the media. So media technologies are really at the core of questions and battles of representations where terrorism positions itself as political communication. Terrorists present political agendas through acts of violence. So the question is that if terrorism is political communication, and if media is central to the aspect of representation, and the youth are also vital in issues of media and technology, how then do we strike the balance? Very difficult question. We have scholars who have argued that there is some extent to which you need to represent or give terrorism publicity. We have others who've argued that if you've actually given terrorism publicity, you're actually playing into the hands of terrorists. But how then will people learn about terrorism? And of course, the measures that are being taken to even avoid places that have been labeled hotspots of terror is actually through the media. So in other words, the media here is the devil's advocate. Whether we like it or not, we have to find ways of utilizing the media in such a way that it will advance the cause for peace and security rather than advancing the cause for radicalization and extremism. I'm one of those scholars who believe that media has a role to play. Media has to report terrorism. So the question is not whether or not, the question is how. How should the media report terrorism? We have Western media, which has tried to come up with methodologies of representing not only terrorism, but violence. And we see that the Western traditional media often sensationalizes issues of terrorism. We saw that in the World Trade Center attacks. We have seen that in attacks in the Dusit Mall. We saw that in Garissa. We've seen that in Dar es Salaam. We have seen that in Uganda and counting. So we want to believe that, that the media does play a role, but we want to question the morality of the role of media in such representations. So we argue that as Africans, the other day when the Pope was visiting Africa, Kenya, I think that was a couple of years ago, perhaps some months ago, CNN reported that, in fact, the Pope is visiting the hotbed of terror. So Kenya was labeled hotbed of terror. So we see a way in which media use certain labels to tell viewers of a particular story using lexicons that are supposed to create and instill fear and give a narrative of Africa as that dark continent, conflict-infested zones that we should be wary about. Now, in this presentation, we want to refuse that kind of positioning. That positionality that wants to position Africa as simply recipients of the new modern global world order. And we want to reincarnate the spirit of Africa by saying that Africans can also be authors of their own stories and their own narrative. So this kind of representation that we are demanding from our African media and not the media in Africa is a responsible kind of journalism that is led by African philosophies. So we are at the same time admiring the Western media that is departing from sensationalism through peace journalism principles. And peace journalism principles are very basic and simple. They're actually saying that, look, we need to be objective, we need to be factual, and we need to be people who talk about things that can be verified. In African peace journalism, and this is what we are demanding from our African brothers and sisters in the media, be it mainstream, social, and otherwise, that they must try and strive and follow these philosophies because they'll guide them to tell the stories of Africa the way Africa ought to be and not the way others want Africa to be. These three philosophies are: one, Utu, that is humanity. The other one is Umoja, that is unity. And the other one, the last one, is Harambee. These are not new philosophies. These are philosophies that were captured by our forefathers. You know, we have Utu in South Africa. Mandela called it Ubuntu. In Tanzania, Julius Nyerere, the philosopher king, called it Ujamaa. And you've seen what Ujamaa, in fact, I'll explain to you what Ujamaa is doing in Tanzania as far as terrorism is concerned. And in Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta called it Harambee, the spirit of collective responsibility. To give you very quick examples of what terror and how these principles can apply in terrorism stories in Kenya is to remember the Dusit Mall attack, where in fact journalists responsible for reporting initially showed faces of bleeding citizens who've been devastated and are really traumatized by the attack of the Al-Shabaab that happened there. But later on they realized that that was not the right way to tell that story, because these are our brothers and sisters, these are our uncles, aunts, moms, and what have you. So they retracted that story and they started showing stories of resilience, where they showed Red Cross Kenyans volunteering to help others out of trouble, and others who are heroes rescuing children trapped in the malls. in the jaws of terror and all that. So that is an aspect and an element that is displaying how we can collectively tell our stories when we want to bring stories of resilience so that we can overcome the fear that comes with terrorism and radicalization. Now, in Tanzania, Nyumba Kumi, by the way, is a concept that was borrowed from Tanzania. We wonder why Kenya has become a favorite for Al-Shabaab. It's not because of anything, but it's because of the unity of the people that has been displayed in Tanzania through coordinated community policing. And this is found in the spirit of Ujamaa. In Tanzania, they don't call you by your name, they call you Ndugu. Ndugu means brother. They call you sister, dada and ndugu. So that kind of collective responsibility and unity, which also is embedded in Utu and Ubuntu, is something that has constructed a very strong fabric for Tanzanians, social fabric, in such a way that it's very difficult for strangers and terrorists to penetrate that wall. It's an invisible wall. And it is helping in really countering violent extremism in Tanzania. If you find yourself in Tanzania and people don't know you, they'll quickly want to inquire, including just personally from you, where you are, what brings you there, and what have you. So that is what we are talking about. So the issues emerging in terms of how we want to tell our stories, and the new kid on the block. The new kid on the block being COVID-19. So COVID-19 has come and disrupted even the way we want to represent narratives of terrorism in the media. We see less often of cases of violent extremism being reported here and elsewhere because reports have been overshadowed by COVID-19 reports. But therein lies the problem. Because while you are concentrating on reporting on COVID-19, what is really happening to terrorism? What is really happening to violent extremism? And in terms of how we want to deal with those issues and talk about them and educate people about them and so on and so forth. So from the perspective of the last speakers that spoke yesterday, I wouldn't be speaking about anything new, but I want to take you back to really what drives people into violent extremism and radicalization, one of which you will find that the media also plays a critical role, especially social media. So I'll really touch on some of the issues we highlighted yesterday, and these are issues such as borderland dynamics and peripheral issues. These are issues that have marginalized citizens and people for a very long time. These are issues that have positioned others in Kenya as others and inferior. And I'll remind you that in Kenya, initially, the media used to report Somalis of Kenyan origin as the architects of radicalization. And we've seen over time that that really is a false assumption. We have seen emerging issues and recruitment sites. I'm not sure whether these issues are emerging because of COVID-19, but what I'm certain about is that these issues are emerging because hotspots have been saturated. And the hotspots are saturated, and you know the traditional hotspots, the Kenyan coastline, border counties like Garissa and Nairobi, have been saturated. Security is on the vigilance. You know, intelligence is on the run. Security cameras are there. But what happens in Bungoma? What happens in Migori and Kisii? Kemuntos are there, Gichunges are there, and others. So we are seeing mutating faces of homegrown terrorism. How do we deal with that? We have seen other things that also impact on that, and some of them have been exacerbated by COVID-19, such as closure of schools. And this coupled with the fact that now people have gone digital and they're trying to do most of their things online, we have digital learning, schooling, and working from home, away from home and at home, all those concepts. Content is flying, left, right, and center. People are exchanging information. This could be radical content. So the chances of youth being exposed to extremist content have actually tripled because of COVID-19. And this is where, as we learned yesterday, self-radicalization and lone attackers come in. And then we have the other question of then, how do we now come up with strong institutions, including the one that I started alluding to, the media institutions, that can really address issues of terrorism. So when you look at the impacts that we now have, given that ecology, given that context, then we have several issues that we can raise. One is that, and we saw that yesterday, the speed at which radicalization takes place is lightning and threatening and scary. So we need to match ourselves with equal speed and equal technology. More people are being radicalized. More ground is being created, fertile ground for radicalization, due to the lack of opportunities for the youth. And we see the worst part is that radicalization even takes place amongst those who are supposed to be preaching against radicalization, the scholars in the universities. So we see university students also being lured into radicalization. And we also see universities as emerging potential sites for recruitment, because terrorists do also attack using other kinds of strategies. We learned yesterday of bioweapons. Terrorists can lure biochem students in universities. And in fact, most of those students that have been affiliated to Al-Shabaab are very A students, actually, very learned folks in the community. So here we see that there's another point of the fact that we also see misrepresentation of religion, both locally and globally, where extremist ideologies are really given an opportunity to thrive. We see economic meltdown due to the pressures of terror and of course COVID-19. We see Kenya, for instance, a country that relies on tourism, being worst hit in terms of returns, and therefore that means that less opportunities are also available and further grounds are being cultivated for more radicalization. We also see how radicalization is playing into the hands of local politics. We have seen specific groups of people being labeled as terrorists. And that is really ringing a bell to the aspect that Ono raised yesterday of decades of marginalization that we need to speak to. So we've seen also the general disruption of social order, such as schools and malls. So these things have got devastating effects in the interventions that are trying to be put in place by the government and other stakeholders to address issues of terrorism. And I'll really pose a question here. So our worry should be, and this is a research question. Remember, we talked about the role of research and policy institutions. So what I'm carrying away from this conference, and what I want you to take home, is the research question related to the extent at which COVID-19 has accelerated grounds for further radicalization and recruitment in terms of numbers, figures, and qualitative narratives. What can we learn and what can we take home? So these are potential research areas that we need to explore. But then we need to look at these questions in relation to another question. So then what can we do as stakeholders in the PCVE enterprise to try and create trusting or trusted institutions that can be reliable in the war against terrorism and in preventing and countering violent extremism? And number two, how can we also empower the youth so that we can create a conducive environment because this is the largest constituent that is really affected by violent extremism. Now, the government has come up with some measures which need to be looked at. And these measures have registered a level of success, but have also equally received a percentage of challenges. The government came up with something called National Strategy for Prevention and Countering Violent Extremism. Under that strategy, which was a presidential directive, it was cascaded to 47 counties under what is called Rapid County Action Plan for Countering and Preventing Violent Extremism. So under that plan, each county was given an opportunity to come up with some contextual issues that face them in terms as far as terrorism is concerned, and they formed what is called a county engagement forum. The county engagement forum is a multi-stakeholder forum that features different kinds of stakeholders, multi-stakeholder forum, that really give their representation and views as far as the implementation of the action plan is concerned. So the lessons from the strategy is what I'll put forward in this presentation. And those lessons are supposed to tell us where we are, the challenges we are facing, and where we need to go. The lessons we've learned, one of the lessons is that the action plan, for actions plan to be successful, they need to be unique, and they need to be owned by the people. So the action plan, we've so far seen that they are very specific, with specific pillars. For instance, in Migori, we singled out a few pillars. We singled out education pillar, media and internet pillar, ideology pillar, economic and psychosocial pillars as the key critical action plans that we need to focus on as we implement prevention and countering violent extremism measures. But we also realize, another lesson we realized and learned, that is that we need a lot of resources to make sure that that happens. And we've been so far having challenges of resource in terms of actualizing some of those action plans. For example, the media and internet action plan is sluggish. And it's sluggish because we have not gotten a lot of buy-ins from the stakeholders that are supposed to help us really empower that action plan and put it into action. For instance, it requires some serious sessions, training sessions with journalists in the region. And all kinds of journalists like bloggers and community journalists, radio and TV and print, so that they are brought into some kind of a training forum and later on taken away, carrying this training awareness program that they've been given back to their places of work so that they can cascade that methodology where they work. So the cascade and mainstream aspect of the Rapid County Action Plan is working very well on some pillars, but not other pillars. For instance, in education pillar, the cascade and mainstream is working very well, because you find that county actions to prevent violent extremism, for example, in universities, is part and parcel of the performance contract. So while the university is doing its own violent extremism awareness program or day, they invite national counterterrorism and other stakeholders to be part of that activity. And therefore, cascading and mainstreaming there becomes very easy. Cascading and mainstreaming on issues of ideology also is kind of like very straightforward, because you can just invite clergies and sheikhs can invite the youth in mosques and talk to them about some of these things, and it can easily flow well there. So we see an issue of resource constraint as a very critical issue. Media and internet pillar has been sluggish because it needs a little bit of innovation. So if you find innovative approaches, especially through what I mentioned, using the language of the young, youth, and technology, then you have more chances of succeeding. And of course, depending on how you want to apply the language of the young, youth, and technology, it is based on actually the need that you want to address in the environment where you belong. But one key important issue that lesson that we also learned is that you cannot do all these things in terms of implementation at the grassroots level without monitoring and evaluation. Implementation of milestones, therefore, need to be monitored. And they need to be monitored in a way that is realistic, in a way that would bring about some kind of an impact. So the National Counterterrorism Center actually piloted with us again. They piloted what is called the Fusion program. The Fusion program is an IT-based program, real-time program, that is supposed to report on key milestones from the field. They piloted this, I think, in Migori, and I think the other county was Muranga. And the success of that pilot will determine whether they want to roll out that reporting tool to other counties. It's going to be easy because the people who are sitting in Nairobi, for instance, can have instantaneous information and intelligence about what is happening on the ground as far as implementation is concerned. And it's very easy. What you do, for example, I'm the pillar head. They appointed pillar heads for those each and every pillar of National Countering Violent Extremism action plan. And on that aspect, they actually appointed me as the pillar head for media and internet. So as the head of that pillar, there's some activities that I'm supposed to check at least after every quarter. So for instance, if I do a training activity with journalists in Migori County, I will just go into Fusion and record my location, describe the activity that I did, the number of members that were in that activity, and the key highlights of that activity, what we achieved, and register on the site whether I've accomplished that activity or whether that activity is still pending and something still needs to be done. So at the end of it, there'll be like a table or a graph showing you where you are in terms of reaching your milestone. So when you reach your milestone, you'll actually know. And you don't have to tell people in Nairobi that you've reached your milestone. They'll just log into Fusion and see you there. So to actually sum it up in conclusion, I've seen people arguing in this conference that there are chances that lockdown, really COVID-19 lockdown has enhanced recruitment into violent extremism. And I want to caution that we must be very careful with that kind of an assumption. And that is why I want to challenge you again to rely on research so that we can confidently we can crank the numbers and figures and tell you confidently and the qualitative narrative that in fact COVID-19 has really increased online recruitment. Right now we cannot say, right now we are speculating, but we are opening a rich area of research through what we are questioning about all those vulnerabilities that have been created by the pandemic on whether or not COVID-19 has really played that role. So in a sense, when we do all that, we are simply striving to emphasize on the P aspect of CVE. So normally we have prevention and countering violent extremism. And we really emphasize on the prevention, because if we do the prevention first, then we'll save a lot of resources and energy to try and counter later. So preventive approaches are softer approaches, approaches that can be borrowed by other stakeholders. We have other people who can come in to support in those approaches through the strategy that devised by National Counterterrorism Center, which is just cascading and mainstreaming. For instance, a civilian cannot counter violent extremism using combat. That is something that is a reserve for security forces. But if we prevent, then we are also preventing the chances of government agencies deploying security forces to counter extremists, because that now becomes a tactic. Prevention becomes the strategy. So let us continue emphasizing, and I'm not saying that we should not dwell on others. I'm just saying that as we dwell on others, because at some point we have people really sneaking into the apex of the violent extremism pyramid, where they have unapologetic about their extremist ideas, and they are very willing to carry guns and weapons and kill others. Those are people that are dealt with also using the same weapons that they are carrying. And you cannot wait for strategy at that particular time. But the strategy comes at the lower base of the pyramid, where less people, less than 10% people are radicalized, and these people sometimes are self-radicalized, so they have more chances of listening to you with counter-messaging and educational programs and social media literacy programs that will really educate them on this, and suspecting online users who are actually just there to really lure them into violent extremist groups and content. So I'd wish to stop there, and thank you for your time and for listening. And I invite questions if you have any at some point. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daktari. That is very insightful. And it reminds me, thank you so much, Daktari. It's very insightful. And it reminds me of something I took up from when I was doing a research program from, not research program, but countering terrorism in Somalia, whereby I actually used the simplest technology that we had, the small phone that doesn't have these other applications. That is what we used with women, and it has succeeded. I should proudly say that that has been, technology has really done it great for us. And we can't regret, yet it really calls for us to really forge on and be smarter than the terrorists themselves. Okay? Thank you, Dr. You took my... Next on the panel, we are going to have one of our very own, all the way from Rwanda. There's one Bazaboze, Dennis. I hope I pronounced it the right way. They normally have French. Some of us, we've never been to French classes, so we might not be so sure about how the pronunciation goes. But let's wait for Bazaboze, Dennis. He's a police commissioner in Rwanda, and he's hereby to give us a presentation on strengthening East Africa's capacity for PCVE. Sorry. And options for the way forward. Sorry. Thank you. Kindly, Mr. Boze, we request that you put on your video. We are waiting for you. The whole world is watching you.
Yes.
Thank you. We can welcome him with a clap of hands. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome so much, Mr. Bosse.
Yes, good morning, Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good morning to you all. Thank you very much for organizing this very important conference and inviting Rwanda National Police to participate in it. We are very much delighted to be with you and learn a lot. I have personally learned a lot from yesterday's sessions up to this morning, and I hope to learn even more. I'm here to present on strengthening Eastern Africa's capacity for prevention of violent extremism on behalf of the Inspector General of Rwanda National Police. And I'd like to thank Mr. Fred for a very rich recap that he has made from yesterday's presentation. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we are following.
Yes, we are following. We can hear you very well,
Okay,
thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to begin this presentation with a quote. And I quote, terrorism is not caused by religion or ethnicity or even poverty, but by misguided politics and false beliefs. In order to build the resilience to extremist narratives, people, especially the young ones, must feel they have a stake in their country. End of quote. This is the President Paul Kagame when he was addressing UN Security Council in 2014. We see a lot of challenges. Various attacks have been mentioned since yesterday in the East African member countries. Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia, Uganda, Tanzania. Now we see it moving to even Mozambique. I'll be coming back to this because I have some few facts to share with you. But I need to mention here that Rwanda is not immune to this movement of terrorists and violent extremism in the region, because around 2011, 2010, we experienced radicalization among the youth and the Muslim sheikhs and imams. But it originated or was brought in by preachers from other countries, not from Rwanda. But they were facilitated by, of course, Rwandan sheikhs and imams who studied from those universities from where those radical preachers came from. And in 2014, one of our soldiers from Rwanda Defense Force, who was in a United Nations mission in the Central African Republic, went with his colleagues for patrol. Muslims, the local Muslims in Central Africa had fought with Christians, and of course some had died. So That Rwandan soldier went with his fellow soldiers for patrol. He saw some Muslims who had died in that fight. And when they came back from the patrol, they reached their base. That soldier picked his rifle and started shooting his fellow Rwandans who had gone with him to the mission, and he killed a number of them, more than five, and he killed himself, shouting Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. We did not have prior accurate information that actually have some radical people in our forces or even in the country. That was 2014 around May, and in December that same year, we intercepted two young girls. One was 17, another one was 19, and they were traveling to Libya. So after intercepting them, we arrested them and interrogated them, and they revealed the whole network. And from there we arrested about 45 people, and some of them were actually guilty, and they confessed that they actually did the radicalization, and were preparing people to establish terrorist cells in the region. So when we started arresting some of them, the others knew that there was a crackdown to arrest them, and they disappeared. They crossed through porous borders and went. And we think that now they are actually in terrorist groups somewhere where we don't know. But later on in 2017, we again intercepted some of them coming now from DRC, crossing Rwanda, going through Tanzania, and they were proceeding to Mozambique. They gave us information that their friends have already crossed. They were following them, and that is the group that is now in Mozambique, terrorizing the Cabo Delgado region. So if we look at that whole network and organization of those terror groups, according to me, I see that actually the pillar of prevention has not been achieved in our region. We are now reacting. We are countering. And it seems that to some extent, not very big, not in many countries, but terrorists are somehow leading the stage, and we are dancing to their tune, which is actually very, very dangerous. So prevention, as the previous speaker said, should be given more emphasis in the fight against violent extremism. So I would like to talk about the conditions that we see facilitating violent extremism. We ask ourselves that how does violent extremism actually thrive? There are some conditions that we have identified that enable them to radicalize, to train, and to operate. Some of them, one is differences in legal frameworks in our member countries. What we call terrorism in Rwanda, or what constitutes a terror threat in Rwanda is not the same like in another country, and it is not the same in another country. So this is exploited by violent extremists, and they know that if I go to another country, I will not be judged because in this country they are harassing me, they are following me up. But in another country, people are still operating and they are still preaching the same verses, which maybe in Rwanda we don't accept, or in Uganda they don't accept. But when they come in Rwanda, maybe they find that there is still freedom for preaching that radical ideology. So that's difference in the framework, in the legal framework, is a very big challenge. How do we describe violent extremism in one country is different from the other? How do we criminalize violent extremism in this country is different from another country, which I think going forward we need to harmonize and move forward. Another factor that facilitates them is porous border, the nature of the borders, which are not effectively controlled. This creates free movement. They move cross borders. Like those ones I mentioned earlier. They moved from DRC. They crossed from through Rwanda and they went to Tanzania. Some of them were arrested here in Rwanda, others were arrested maybe in Tanzania, others crossed maybe to Mozambique to join that terrible group. But you can see the problem that facilitates them is the free porous border. Another factor that facilitates them is unchecked religious preachings. We have seen radical preachers, sheikhs and imams preaching, and you just listen. Sometimes you don't know even what they are talking about. You don't know whether it is radical or not. You think that is the teaching of the religion, and you just pass and you don't even understand. The local leadership, the security organs, they all don't understand the thing. So there's nobody who's checking until it comes to a point when people are actually violent. That's when we come in. So religious preachings, though governments leave them to do their religion, we normally think that religious people are good, and we don't even have measures to check on what they actually preach. In that way, it gives them leeway to do the radicalization in the churches, in mosques, radicalization in the madrasas, and this also facilitates them. Another factor that facilitates them is uncontrolled internet. The youth, as it has already been mentioned, they like to use internet more than the old people. The radicalizers, recruiters target the youth, and now they know where to find them. And now they know that the internet is not effectively controlled by government institutions to know what they are doing on the internet. So here we need to put in place the measures to control what is being communicated, what is being preached, what is being put on YouTube for use consumption. If we cannot control it and maybe deny access or stop the preachers to put on whatever they want to preach, then there is still a problem that radicalization will continue through that. The Kenyans will agree with me that we had a very famous preacher who was called Abdul. All those Rwandans who were interrogated or searched, we found that they actually had Abdul videos, very radical, preaching how to eliminate non-Muslims, non-radical Muslims. So such things which were being done on the internet needs to be controlled. Another thing that facilitates these radical people and violent extremism is undermining the strengths or the capacity of by security organs. Sometimes you find it people have information but they don't react. Timely response. So you find that people are reluctant, and therefore this gives enough time to the violent extremists to do their business. Another factor that facilitates them is unharmonized approaches to countering violent extremism between concerned institutions. For example, I give an example in Rwanda where a radical Muslim youth one day stabbed his fellow, was 17 I think, and he stabbed his fellow Rwandans because he was calling him kafir. And when he was taken to court, he told the judges that you cannot judge me using this kafir law. But the judges just laughed. They didn't know what the guy was talking about. They gave him 6 months because they considered it as just simple violence. And that same guy in 2017 was caught joining ADF. So you can imagine approaches even within one country. People who are supposed to deal, or who are the institutions that need to deal with violent extremism, they don't have the same understanding. They don't have harmonized approach to fighting violent extremism. Another problem or another facilitator is lack of capacity within the institutions that are supposed to fight violent extremism. In this case, capacity, I talk about the knowledge, the skills, and the equipment, as the other people have talked about. Police, for example, on the border post, they don't know how to identify radical people. They don't know. Sometimes they are even not aware that there is a problem which needs to be checked before they let somebody cross from one country to another. But the free movement also has contributed to this because you cross the border with national ID, and it's okay. You have not gone through thorough checking or questioning to know what you are going to do in another country. That one also has facilitated. But we also talk about Corruption. Some of the elements of terrorist groups that we have interrogated and interviewed. We asked them how did you cross all this way to that other country? 4 countries without being intercepted. No, there is no problem. You see, we go and we negotiate with the police or we negotiate with some local government. How did you get the documents for being a national of that country when we didn't even have documents from your mother country? We had money. They sent us money and we negotiated and we got the documents. That one also is a very serious problem, and it facilitates the radicals. Another and very important point is ineffective regovernment spaces. People go, groups of terrorists go, establish themselves in a certain area unchecked. They train. They radicalize, train, and finally occupy the space, and then they start operating. This also needs to be addressed. This situation creates conducive environment for recruitment and freely operating and then arming themselves. And they start operating. They have so many stages, but coming to a point of where they can establish themselves in a certain area and start operating shows that there is a serious problem of ungoverned spaces. Now, all this happening around us, we see it happening, we see it happen, we talk, we meet, and we decide on what to do. But what then comes out? This is the cooperation we are talking about in fighting violent extremism, and there are so many frameworks. Defense, security organs, local leadership, and all other institutions. They are there. We have them. For example, if we look at the East African Community, chapter 23, the heads of state have directed that in Article 6, combating terrorism and agreed to have joint strategies and mechanisms to formulate counter-terrorism measures and combat terrorism and violent extremism and conduct joint operations where necessary. We also have the Eastern Africa Chiefs of Police Cooperation Organization, which has always giving guidance to the security organs, the police in this case, the annual general meeting of 21st, which was in Arusha.
Mr. Dennis
agreed to have a proactive and intelligence sharing mechanism in combating terrorism and violent extremism.
Mr. Dennis.
Yes, please.
Excuse me. Yeah, kindly, I'm just requesting, I want to bring to your attention that you are having 5 minutes. If you can get us to the bottom line.
Yes, I'm coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm coming up. I'm coming. I will be finishing in just 4 minutes.
Thank you.
So there are so many arrangements in which countries have their internal mechanisms, but They are not very effective. That is what I can mention. And this is the reasons that I have already mentioned: the legal frameworks and harmonized approaches, lack of capacity, and all that. Now, options for way forward in cooperation and in fighting violent extremism. We need to genuinely have cooperation agreements. We need to establish a regional mechanism and a permanent office for prevention and countering violent extremism. We need to strengthen national capacities in countering violent extremism. And this should be a holistic approach, including all stakeholders, local governments, justice, academia and researchers, civil society organizations, and faith-based organizations. And we also need to harmonize the legal frameworks in the region. And we as practitioners, we need to have joint training and exercises, and as already mentioned, we need to have joint operations and investigations, and enhance border security by establishing one-stop border posts on all our border lines. Lastly, we need to have timely information sharing within all the stakeholders. So in conclusion, I want to say that terrorism and violent extremism is real in our region, and is now and will be there in the future. So the frameworks for cooperation actually exist, but we need to make sure that genuine implementation is put in place. That's when we can win this scourge. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dennis. Maybe if we can just give him an applause as he finishes it up. And one thing I take out of that is that terrorism being what it is, it's not a matter of Kenya handling it on its own. If possible, we have to begin from the regional level, then we'll go out to the continent. We'll have the South, the West, the North coming up together to fight terrorism. Because you find, whatever the case, all that happens is happening in almost a similar manner. And you realize terrorism is all about causing terror, causing fear into the lives of people. Thank you so much, Dennis. And we look forward to partnering together, working together as the regional, as a regional program, so that we can fight this big monster of terrorism. Thank you so much. At this point in time, I realize that Miss Eugenia Kayatesi, our very own also from Rwanda, is online to give us her presentation. Welcome, Miss Eugenia. Let's give her a hand of clap. Thank you. Miss Eugenia.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Kindly let me put this before you take off. We have 10 minutes for you or review. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. I won't take long. I'll start by thanking and congratulating Dr. Ozo for a well-organized conference, and of course with the members and the whole team, because it's been a while and we've been organizing this together. Let me also thank my previous speaker, Afande Dennis, for a thoughtful presentation and which has given us more insight about extremism. My topic is about policy options for regional mechanisms in countering terrorism and violent extremism. Of course, mine is around policy options for East African countries. But like you've heard from our Fande Dennis, a number of these are being implemented in Rwanda, though they're regional. And this is from a part of our police direction. So as a bit of background, and a number of previous speakers have said this, development partners and policymakers are all adopting several approaches to counter violent extremist organizations around the world. And although operations such as the field work and battlefield and covert operations with drone strikes deal with immediate terror threats, we find that soft security and development programs, of course with policies to counter terrorism and violent extremism, should be more effective in the long run and in addressing the terrorism. So African countries in particular will be vulnerable because we have a number of issues that actually attract a number of our youth into this. We have large youth populations. We have persistent lack of education background. Our youth mostly, we lack a number of things, utilities, housing, and vocational opportunities. And we have actually a number of long simmering grievances among marginalized populations. And this will of course attract a number of people to terrorism. So with the military strikes, which may remove terrorist leaders from the battlefield, and we find that a number of these strikes actually reinforce grievances among the terrorist organizations. Collateral damage and military strikes anger local populations and the host governments. We have a good example from Somalia that happened in 2000. So African countries should do what? They need to take a broader strategies. A number of people have said this, based on the diplomacy, on development, and defense platforms that seek to incorporate a soft side approach in the fight against violent extremism. While hard power relies on military strength, as I said before, soft power rests on credibility, trust, and shared norms. And we need to incorporate a number of these finalists. I know Rwanda has done a lot by attracting the former rebels and bringing them back to the country. And a number of East African countries should emulate this, probably bring them closer to the government.
Excuse me?
Some decision makers argue that the way to undermine violent extremism,
Excuse me, Madam Eugenia.
is to give potential recruits viable alternatives for which to live. Yes.
I think there's
Are you hearing me?
Yes, but I think there's some background noise from your side. Kindly, if you can check with your devices.
I don't know where it's coming from. Unfortunately, I don't have.
If you're seated, maybe close to a window. I think
It's
it's bad.
echo.
Please ask the participants to mute. Ask all the participants to mute. All the others except the speaker.
All of them are muted. All of them are muted, ma'am.
Should I close the window? Could it be a window that is open?
Because I think it's a bad. Thank you.
A minute. Is it okay now?
I think so.
Hello. Okay, very sorry for that.
Yeah, we can hear you. Thanks.
Are you okay now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. So So I was saying that soft power recognizes multiple factors which can radicalize individuals and either push or pull them to join violent extremism. And this should seek to decrease the likelihood of recruitment and dry up the labor pool for potential terrorists. So when we look at the policy options, the number of policy options have been highlighted by previous speakers, Dr. Prof. Frederick, and yesterday's presenter, I think Nono, highlighted the number of issues that attract our youth and a number of people to extremism, and you find that we have low literacy rates among our youth. We have unemployment, we have limited confidence in institutions, and the speed at which recruitment is being done is also high. With this, which policy options should our countries put in place? One, we need to provide job provision. We need to train our youth. Not necessarily at the university level. We need to increase the number of vocational trainings. We need to have information diffusion techniques to actually, like our founder has been saying, to diffuse some of the information that is taken through the social media and along other communication channels. So employment growth may embed local residents into local networks and institutions, and inoculate them against incentives from insurgent groups. Focused educational training for groups vulnerable to terrorist recruitment need to be highly emphasized. We need strong civic engagement, and this ties locals into legitimate local governments and encourage them to support efforts to keep out of, extremism groups. We need to look at the communication. This was said. Radio programs on peace and tolerance can reduce intergroup tensions and make violence less likely. We need to do no messaging through local radio programs, and I know a number of countries are doing this, but we need to actually strengthen this if we have to reduce extremism. And the big one is on improving our governance policies to develop community resilience and reduce the impact of violent extremism. We need to have policies, and this was mentioned, policies that promote youth empowerment, education, good media like it was previously mentioned, and good governance, and mostly this should entail mechanisms such as micro-grants for schools and teacher training. We need to have funds that strengthen the capacity of local NGOs that deal with the youth, and the other development initiatives. We need to have technical and content assistance of increasing information flow on issues of peace and tolerance and security. A number of other good points that were raised by Prof. Patrick is create trusted institutions. This was mentioned since yesterday, and we need to have good strategies in place. But like previously said by Dennis, it's one thing to have strategies in place, and it's another thing to implement these strategies. I know most of our East African countries have got good strategies, but implementation is usually a problem in our countries. So we need to have good strategies and implement them. And finally, something that we really came up and which is very good, and as research institutions which we should emphasize is to having the right data and the good reliable data that inform our policymakers on the extremism and the areas to combat extremism. So moderator, thank you so much. These were my points.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Let's give her a hand up. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. One thing I learned from this is that we have to impress so many things. Governance is key when it comes to fighting terrorism. Implementing she has actually challenged us. She's thrown us into a state of a challenge, whereby we have very good strategies. When you look at the papers that we are having, generally, you realize that they are very beautiful papers. But have we implemented any of the strategies that we lay in those papers? I thought for the day. At this point in time, I want to invite yet another panelist, that is Yonas Adai Adeto. Yonas Adai Adeto. That is from IPP. Oh. I'm told she's not there or he's not there. Okay, okay. Because of unavoidable circumstances, I'm learning that Adaye is not in. At this point in time, I wish to take this opportunity to invite Professor Walter Oyawa to take us through the place of technology in violent extremism in Africa, promoting or countering. He's from Nakosti. Okay. I meant to learn that he's also not in because of unavoidable circumstances. At this point in time, I'm hereby inviting any questions, any discussions, anything you feel has to be added onto what we are having. This is our own. I'm sure you've had an opportunity. With all this, you can't tell me that you can't add something small. Okay.
Now, even as much as we are glorifying technology, there are some papers that I usually write that away from technological determinism. They are that technology is equal to progress and success. So technology sometimes is just speed and efficiency, but it's not context and nuance. You can see how technology can fail you. So even as we actually prioritize technology in terms of our interventions, we must know that technology can fail us and fail to put technology ahead of humanity, because it's humans before technology. And humans fail to operate technology, then technology equally fails, as you are experiencing today. But that's besides the point. I think I wanted to say that one thing that is coming very clearly out of some of the presentations that we've had since yesterday is that there is really need for us to, first of all, look at border dynamics, the porousness of borders, and that idea of collaboration comes into play. The idea of countries collaborating together to fight violent extremism has to be put into consideration, because more often than not, it appears as if some of the problem of extremism is imported. So just to emphasize on what my Nigerian brother said yesterday from the Commission, that we need to share intelligence, we need to cooperate at the borders, and we need to also collaborate in research, because research is where intelligence is attained, so that we can address violent extremism. So borderland dynamics and collaboration are the two takeaways that I would want to also emphasize today, that we need to focus on as stakeholders in preventing and countering violent extremism.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. I'm learning that we are also having questions which are virtual. We are having our brothers and sisters from the diaspora who are online. Kindly, I take this opportunity to request Musili to take us through the questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Musili?
Yes. Okay, we have from the online community. We have Helen Kezie-Noha, who is asking, I guess there are any gender implications? And then we have another comment from Tessa Sinda, who was saying, very thorough and insightful presentation from Professor Ogenga. Your discussion really spoke to the importance of providing resources to and evaluating evidence-based youth-focused programming. We suspect this will create good opportunities to promote media just a small apology for that technical hitch. I'll take it again. We have a comment from Tessa Sinda, who was saying, very thorough and insightful presentation from Professor Ogenga. Your discussion really spoke to the importance of providing resources to and evaluating evidence-based youth-focused programming. We suspect this will create good opportunities to promote media literacy and strategic community engagement, particularly when COVID limits other opportunities, in brackets, in school or work, for positive engagement. What a good presentation. We have another comment from Rapudo Hawi, who is saying, insightful voice of inspiration and reason from Professor Ogenga lies in cultivating African philosophies of Ubuntu, Umoja, and Harambee spirit. And then Stella Sabiti is writing in and asking, any gender implications indicated for our learning? And then lastly, we have Madam Stella Sabiti, who's writing in and asking, could someone give us more information on this? And then the last comment is from Mr. Charles Dalcott, who is saying, Mr. Dennis Bosabose, great presentation. Your thoughts and insights truly resonate with me as a 34-year-old veteran of the U.S. Army. Your discussion and encouragement to conduct joint training, exercises, and investigations are foundational to enhancing communication among its practitioners and can lead to increased harmonization of legal and operational frameworks. Thank you for your thoughts and professional perspective. Thank you. Chiki Vizoya. Oh, he's way out here. Yes. Yes. Okay, and then we have Professor Walter Oyawa. We could invite Professor Walter Oyawa to make his contributions or questions, if any. Oh, sorry, I'm told his presentation. Professor Oyawa. Professor Oyawa, if you can hear me.
Hello, hello. Yes, I'm here. Are you able to allow me to share the screen?
Yes, you can put on your camera and proceed to make your presentation.
Yes, what I'm saying, are you able to allow me to share the screen, my screen? Are you able to allow me to share the screen? The share screen is locked.
Yes.
Are you getting me?
Just
yes, are you able to allow me to share the screen? It is blocked. Share the screen.
Yes, Professor Oyawa, we are doing that in a minute. Yes.
Yes.
Are you able now? Okay.
Are you seeing it?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So are you able to see? Is it visible?
Yes.
Hello?
We can see.
Hello? Is it visible? It is.
It is.
Oh, the network. Is it okay?
It is okay. We can see National Commission for Science. Thank you.
Yes, I will move very quickly to present on this. I was requested to say something on the place of technology in violent extremism in Africa, whether it's promoting or countering extremism. My name is Walter Oyawa, the Director General of NACOSTI, and I will skip some of the slides. I think one of the things was what is this violent extremism, and go to the last statement, which says that over the past year, the number of reported attacks perpetrated by violent extremist groups has risen across boundaries and society. And I would want to also present that technologies like a double-edged sword. It can prevent or promote the violent extremism depending on the user. And accordingly, we are proposing that global efforts should be geared towards ensuring that technology is in the appropriate hands for use by those who need to use it. And I just want to quote the words of Ban Ki-moon in 2002, which where he said that the internet is a prime example of how terrorists can behave in a truly transnational way. And our response should be in the same kind of media. In response, states need to think and function in an equally transnational manner. Having said that, just want to emphasize that global advancements in technology and innovation have impacted on national security and public safety, both negatively and positively. With the advancements of technology, terrorists have taken advantage. On the other hand, with the advancements of technology, a number of countries have moved beyond the poverty line. We are part of the developed countries which have been able to ensure the economy is even stable, fairly stable, like the Singapore, Malaysia are stable by using technology during this COVID era. Just recall very quickly is like the World Trade Center attack. This was the use of technology. What brought down or what is documented or brought down the Twin Tower must have been probably an engineer who knew the temperature at which steel melts, and that is what brought down the structure. So this was a bad use of technology. Somebody very learned knew how the structure behaves and took advantage of that to bring the structures down. On the other hand, in Kenya, in the Dusit yesterday, there was a mention about the Dusit attack of last year. The question is how could modern digital technology have changed the outcome of this? You can see that photograph, like the first photograph where these people are blind. You do not know where the attackers are, and you can see the trauma. I would imagine that the people involved with this might take quite some time to erase. The question is, if technology was deployed to trace the extremists involved in this activity, could it have lessened the trauma? Could it have helped? So when do we need to use the technology? Because as the terrorists use this technology, can we also counter with the same similar force on that? Same again, we investigate in 2013. You can see that young girl there moving there, and then you have this vigilante, very famous, he has since become very famous, who took the risk of trying to help this child. Nobody knew where the bullets are going to come from. The question is, if technology was employed here, the drones or the robots to try and trace these people, to scan and see where they are, the trauma would have been there less damage. On the other hand, if you look at the last photo, where our military had no option but to blast the whole building. Again, if technology would have been employed here, we would have minimized the economic damage because they had no choice to trace where they are. So the only thing was to blast it out. So this could be a very useful way of using the same technology used by extremist forces to counter that. So from my point, I'm seeing the question then would be, what is the impact of COVID-19 on extremism? I'm seeing it from, and I mentioned this yesterday very quickly. One is the issue of the caged publics. The entire world population, including over 1 billion students, 1 billion students are held captive and digitally connected, which plays significant exposure to extremism. Then we're talking about adaptive gangs. I think in Mexico, in South America, the gangs have used really secure the area and their zone, and they're now terrorizing people. And that, in fact, it's like the breeding ground is now ready. They forcibly cross the areas that they have taken over to listen to them. Then, of course, the governance styles of some politics or state actors in various countries might be tempted to use this scenario to secure power. Again, that is extremism. So this needs to be addressed. I think from at another higher level, maybe at the UN level. But even as we handle the COVID, we don't roll back against that have been gotten over the 70 years. On democracy. Then, of course, the last one is the loss of income and dignity. In Kenya, we are grappling the issue of suddenly you're discovering very many young girls. Now, this needs to be documented. This is where research is coming. Rather than like in my case, giving a blanket numbers, we need to really document each of the 47 counties and what really happened and what program. This is actually can be a long-lasting impact because it's not only for the girls. Boys were involved in this, or men were involved in this. Others might become young fathers. So there needs to be a strategy on a specific one, targeting this. I don't know whether it is duplicated in other countries, but it has happened so much. The digital provides breeding ground. There are also these conspiracy theories, where it's now this thing has shown the global spotlight on biological weapons. At NACOSTI, we are the focal point for biological weapons convention. We are also in what they call the CTBO of focal point. We have focal point for atomic weapons for Kenya, and we will be really concerned if the advent of this COVID-19 can inspire some youth just to develop some chemicals or some dangerous poisons and so forth, and just do a lot of damage. So we are dealing with very serious, heavy-weighty matters. And I gave an example for students at one of our universities, the engineering students who dug a tunnel and stole in a bank. They were only caught when one of the girlfriends was in the media celebrating the money. Otherwise, they escaped. So suppose these very intelligent, great brains go back and say, how do I play around with this COVID? Is this something that I can culture in and just release quietly? So I don't need a gun. I just go to a room, release it, and disappear from that room. So it's very serious and it's worrying. Even as we're dealing with the COVID, we need to think of COVID, and this is what the extremists use. So in summary, literally what we're saying is that the COVID-19 pandemic is an event of global and historic proportions and has significantly affected global geopolitical and socioeconomic realities. And taking cognizance that technology may be employed to propagate violent extremism in the disrupted COVID era, there's need for global partnerships to ensure firm and robust scientific, technological, innovative approaches, responses aimed at neutralizing the use of technology by extremists. And just in Kiswahili, we were saying, which is dawa ya moto ni moto. So literally that means the medicine to fire is fire. And is this exactly what Ban Ki-moon was saying too? That as extremists use certain methods, probably we'll have to use similar methods to counter this in a more advanced way. I'm not an expert in security matters, but I believe experts are gathered here will help us come up with something. So we are saying that advances in technology and innovation remain a game-changing factor to mitigate against widespread effects of global disaster like COVID-19. And the documents out there indicates that it's a clear evidence that this is the time to increase investments in research, science, technology, and innovation for the betterment of society. And during the pandemic, it was observed that countries, Singapore, Malaysia, and a number of the Southeast Asia countries that leverage on emerging technologies, big data, AI, robotics, have been more successful in limiting the number of fatalities while managing to keep the economies robust and operational. The same could be used, like we know, like if we're using robotics, I think we're using COPs, to warn people on how to maintain social distancing, because it is the state of idleness and the stress that arises from COVID-19 that causes our youth to vulnerable to the groups, the extremist groups that might invite them to give them that environment. And it's being said that in contrast, countries that lack technological savviness, which went on the lockdown, the quarantines, that is mostly Africa. We're using methods that were used 100 years ago during the Spanish flu, and they're painful. It's the only way left. So if we could also adapt to technology, the emerging technologies, what they're calling the frontier technologies, or the big data, the AI, and so forth. It's time that we really thought, because that's what even the extremists are going to use. They're going to get their hands on some of this, and it's going to be dangerous. And so we are saying advances in technologies, the frontier technologies, have emerged for prosperity for those who pick them up based on the resources. So there needs to be, even as we talk of the STISA, that's the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa, there needs to be a clear component of this emerging, which are workable. This is what China used to minimize some of the things happening at Wuhan. They just used technology in Italy, where there's so many deaths. Even doctors could not go into the wards. They're using robots, and that's just an example of a robot being used in Italy to monitor this patient. So these are some of the things which we want to bring in. And just to tell you the harmful uses of technologies, this is reported and you can Google. Where a drone crashed near the White House. That was in 2015. And so it can be a threat to national security and public safety. You would know whether it was just an accidental crash or it was intentional and directed there. The other incident reported is in 2018 at Gatwick Airport. Operations were interrupted by a series of drone sightings over 48 hours period, temporarily closing the airport. This shutdown cost millions. At least there were no deaths, but you never know. These are some of the, you start thinking of preempting, of being proactive. What would an extremist think? This is somebody who maybe is not interested in even living. His or her joy, for some reason, is just to exert maximum damage, including on himself. So how are we going to handle that? And also is reported operations at Changi Airport in Singapore. That was just last year in June. The airport operations were disrupted due to unauthorized drone activities and bad weather. So the damage, the closer damage, it really forces us to go ahead of the times. Yeah, what we are also seeing, the countermeasures coming, I think, yes? Okay? Almost finishing shortly. So we are seeing at like Heathrow Airport, they have now found a way of jamming any attempts to use the drones on the sector. So I'll move straight away to some of the recommendations. Of course, one is we need a strategy on national security. And we're saying that countries that have recognized the indispensable role of science, technology, and innovation in national security have now established STI strategy for national security. I think the US have done that, Australia have done that, the UK have done that, where there's a specific STI technology in national security matters and public safety. The training in this STI subject, the STEM, is affected in this country. So we need probably a strategy overall, the global security of every country, every region. You need that. This actually should be global. Now, on the other hand, there's need to invest in grassroots youth initiatives to prevent violent extremism. One is STEM education, of which we have a lot of interest. It's probably the best time for engineered and re-energized STEM education through global coalition. The technology and incubation hubs. Investments may also be directed towards Africa's tech generation. There's a lot happening in these tech hubs where the youth get excited and pick up with that. The entertainment industry, youth are quite attracted to that. And then finally, I'm just saying the post-university internship and national service. I talked about these points. Ghana, maybe Nigeria have introduced this, but in Kenya, I'm also proposing that it's time. We used to have it before, where you are able to instill national values in the youth, provide emotional support and mentorship, and enable realistic career guidance here. Yeah. So we, in conclusion, just saying that technology may be employed for negative purposes to propagate violent extremism. To counter this, there's need for firm and robust scientific, technological, and innovative approaches to neutralizing the use of technology by extremists, both prevention and mitigation. And technology and innovation are vital for our nation's security as it makes the country more.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr.
STI strategy for national security. The use of software. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yawa. we have something to take home out of this. There's so much to be done. Yet we still have a lot that we've not learned. It was good to have you, Dr. Oyawa. At this point in time, I would request the participants, in case there's anyone who has a question for Dr. Oyawa, kindly don't leave. Just in case somebody has a question for you, Daktari, give us some 2 minutes. 2 minutes of your time, Daktari.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Anybody with a question, a comment, a complimentary for him?
Question.
Somebody with a question?
Question.
Go ahead.
Can I have a question?
Go ahead.
Can I please ask a question?
If you have a question.
Yeah, my name is Kevin Osito.
Sure, thanks. Welcome,
Can
Kevin.
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Kevin. Karibu sana.
Asante, nimeshukuru sana kwa wakati. I have a question to Daktari. And my question is on intellectual property, because one of the major concerns that a number of these innovative young people have. I serve with an organization called County Governance Watch, where we run a campaign on counter narratives called Defend My Future. And one of the biggest concerns that most of these young people have had is the place of intellectual property, where some of them come up with very creative, innovative ideas. Most of them get taken by either private sector or even some government agencies. And what they go out with is sometimes either very minimal or nothing. What can NACOSTI do to be able to protect the IPs of some of these innovative young people? Thank you very much.
Daktari, that is for you.
Yes, that is a very, very good and a very valid question. Actually, I'm in a retreat now with the board of KIPI, the Kenya Industrial Property Institute. I was almost calling the CEO to join me to answer this question. There's a lot of interest, and in fact, 5 minutes before I joined this, we were discussing that a lot, exactly what you're saying. It's quite a coincidence. Youth with a lot of ideas, but people pick them and go. So I think there's going to be a concerted effort. One is awareness on people of this mystery that getting a patent is a very difficult process. So one, of course, the KIPI in working close with NACOSTI. NACOSTI is a regulator, but we have KIPI, which actually registers this IP, has even in their work plans, sensitizing the youth on how they should go ahead before you reveal and go to those competitions where you get money and end up giving your intellectual knowledge out there. There has to be a way of documenting that. So we hear you. I think a strategy is being worked out to get to the counties. At NACOSTI, we have just formed an office called the County Liaison Office. I think it's going to start to be operational by January, February. And it's targeting that, getting to the youth, getting to be able to first stop shop where they have ideas, they document and even register before you get a patent. So that by the time you're being called to those competitions, which like America's Got Talent, nobody's going to pick it out there before it's recorded. But a very valid question, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I want to believe, Kevin, you are home and dry. Daktari has tried to air out the answer. Any other question? Sure, go on. Pass the mic. Just come.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, but it's just enhancing the role of technology, more specifically in countering violent extremism. Okay, I'm Dr. Charles from National Counterterrorism Center. Now, technology with respect to violent extremism, just to enhance what Prof has said, he has actually expanded it. In fact, with him, he has brought in the aspect of science also. If you look at what are called push and pull factors, one of the drivers to radicalization, specifically, because here we are talking about radicalization, violent extremism, and terrorism, is technology. And we have seen it in many ways. We have seen it in use of the youths, in social media platforms, like the Twitter that he has mentioned. The terrorists are taking advantage of that by recruiting the youths using social media platforms. But other than that, moving from that stage of radicalization now towards the stage of terrorism, if you give just a practical example, like some of the attacks that has occurred in Kenya, you question, is it about the terrorists ahead of us in terms of technology and we are following, or they are just taking better use of technology? For example, the last case that happened was an explosion on a tarmac road. And if you look at tarmac, it's about technology. Engineers make roads. And that is one of the programs that the national government actually enhanced, said that instead now of using these maram roads where the terrorists can easily conceal their explosives, let us do tarmacking. That is technology. Now, we said, okay, let's go a notch higher, employ technology of tarmacking. But they have also now gone another step. They are now doing it in those places. Now, look again at what are the processes. How did they do the explosion? There was no terrorists around. So what are some of the possibilities of those explosions? Either it was remote triggered, or it was wire triggered. So many possibilities about technology. So I was just giving it a perspective of we need to look at technology, and more specifically to violent extremism and terrorism. Those are some of the case examples that I wanted to highlight. Otherwise, I thank Prof for widening it to get into science as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. He has said something he's actually a driver. Technology is a driver to this extremism, so you have to have a counter effect. Thank you.
Thank you for that insight. It's quite exciting. I would request the representative from the Nigerian High Commission. Your name is a little bit difficult for some of us. Bear with us kindly. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I don't have a question. I just maybe want to make some suggestions. Technology has very, very positive impacts in society, and at the same time, some negative contributions. You talked about enlightenment. You talked about use of social media and the rest of them. I am looking at the aspect of need for control of some of these measures, media. We have movie makers. Now, movie is a major industry in Africa. And Doc, you will agree that there is a lot of attention movie has dragged to the public. The first time I came to Kenya, I thought I was even in Nigeria because there was so much interest in the Nigerian home videos. But now, when you make movies, people don't seem to understand that there has to be a positive and a negative. When you make these movies and you attract attention to the fact that this is what certain individuals are doing, like all these crime movies, you make those crime movies, there has to be at the end a negative part of their activities in society. And there has to be a major control aspect. And that is that when these people succeed to make money through crime, there has to be a way to tell the society that that is a temporary success. So in the movies, there have to be those controls. Then the aspect of social media. You see, one of the best things for us in Africa, one of the best things that have happened to us is social media. But that is also going to be a very major issue in this part of the world soon, because it looks like there seems to be no control. Everything is on the social media, virtually everything. Like yesterday, I mentioned the fact that somebody Googled how to smoke, and he was given every detail. Somebody can Google how to make these things. He will get it. That is why we have, like one of the presenters yesterday said, lone wolf terrorists. They are doing these things by themselves. They can get it on the internet. So we, as much as we emphasize this aspect of social media being a positive contributor to the society, there has to be major efforts to ensure that there are controls. If there are no controls, we will continue to have problems with the social media. Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you. Let's give him a clap of hands. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other person with a question? Any comment? 1, 2, 3.
Moderator, hello?
Sure.
Hello.
Hi. We are still on.
Yes. Should I come in on the question raised on the gender implications? This is Eugenia.
Go on, take it up. Thank you.
Yes, I think there was someone, Helen asked about gender implication on with the terrorism. And I wanted to come in and say that I think in as much as boys are recruited, girls are also recruited in the extremist motives. And we have seen that girls are good, spies, they are recruiters, they are mobilizers, and they are strategists. But that is in as much as, working with the boys. And I think I wanted to bring to your attention in the issue of the negative implications that this extremism has on the women in particular. You know that women are a focus of rape. They are kidnapped mostly. They are made wives of these terrorists. And probably a good example could be Boko Haram. You remember how they kidnapped the whole school and all girls became pregnant. And I would say that combating violent extremism would have a positive aspect to girls. So we have unwanted pregnancies. I think most of these girls come back with kids. And I would say that in as much as women also participate in that, in their being, part of the extremism, I don't know how much, we don't have data that is really we should rely upon, but at least it has got, this extremism has got a really negative impact on women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. God bless you. Thank you for the insights. I wish to take this opportunity to allow us to have a break. You've been seated for the last, more than 2 hours. It's not also so healthy. So at this point in time, I would request us to have a break. But before we have a break, I would like to make this humble announcement. You'll bear with us. We've had some technical hitches during the first session. And during this health break, we've been alerted by the management that they are going to work on the hitches. In that, in the next session, we are going to have a smooth flow of events. Otherwise, God bless us, and God bless ATPS. Thank you.
Sound check. Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check 1 2 1 2. Sound check 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 1 2 1 2. Iko sawa sawa. Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2.
One two, 1 2, mic 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, mic 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, mic 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, mic 1 2, 1 2, mic 1 2. One two, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, mic 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the second session in this day's event. We still apologize for the delays that have made us to lose almost 1 hour, but we'll catch up later. Permit me to invite the chair for this session, who is Bundi Mbaya. I don't know whether he's online, from the National Center, from the National Crime Research Center, to chair this session. Is Mr. Mbaya online? Great. Okay. So in his absence, I think I will just go on to invite the presenters for today. And the first person I will be inviting to make a presentation on the role of youth in countering violent extremism in Eastern Africa is Mr. Kennedy Walusala, who is the Regional Youth Forum for the ICGLR. He had introduced himself yesterday. Mr. Kennedy, after that, we will have Eli Opondo. You have 10 minutes each, please. We have to be very conscious of time. 10 minutes. Thank you. A round of applause as he comes, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ozo, for this invitation. Allow me, first of all, to express our gratitude for this invitation of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, and through you again, express our gratitude to the... Can you hear me now? Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and those online, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Kennedy Walusala from the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, and I will take actually less than 10 minutes to make my presentation. First of all, allow me to express our gratitude to the organizers of this meeting for having brought us on board, and then also appreciate the role that ATPS is playing in the region and continentally. Yesterday I heard you are in about 33 countries, which is very, very good. Listening to yesterday's presentation and today from the various speakers and scholars, actually it informed my presentation today, and that is why what I heard yesterday is not what is there today, and it will take less than 10 minutes. First of all, I want us to understand where we are coming from. And if you listen to the representative of the Inspector General of Police from the Republic of Rwanda, it tells you clearly that this issue of violent extremism cannot be handled by one country or one region alone. Secondly, violent extremism is now like COVID. It's the COVID that has not been given a lot of attention, but at one given point, we are going to give it attention. Thirdly, is to say that the issue of violent extremism, I actually yesterday I decided to note from every speaker how many times they talked about the youth. And even this morning, I've done the same thing. Anytime you say youth, I note, I put, So it just tells you that the center is the youth. And that is why I'm here to share a few of my presentation. at the same time look at where the Great Lakes is. And if you look at my presentation, I started by saying I have to share to you as scholars to also understand the region. What does the region have? Not just the East African region, but what does the region have? The Great Lakes region is made up of 12 countries. And it was established through the UN Security Council, as you can see. That is Resolution 1291 of 24th February 2000, and Resolution 1304 of 16th June 2000. Then, of course, the genocide in Rwanda and the wars of the 90s raised awareness that conflict in the Great Lakes region had a regional dimension. Conflict in one country automatically affects or has a spillover effect to the other countries. And that is why, scholars, you're here today, you know. And one of the things that you bring on board is what you call empirical evidence that we are lacking and you're not using. And if it is there, it is hardly utilized. Then thirdly is the issue of people of the Great Lakes region are interlinked. Hence, instability in one country easily affects on another, you know. If you look at the situation of Rwanda and Burundi, if you go to the border of Kanyaru, how do you differentiate the person who lives in the border of Rwanda and Burundi at a Kanyaru border and say this one is a Rwandese, this one is a Kenyan, as much as we have those designated geographical borders, like Kenya and Uganda? How do you differentiate somebody who is on the border in Busia, that this one is a Ugandan, this one is like the former Vice President, Mudi Awori, whose brother vice in Uganda as a member of parliament, and he vies here as member of parliament. This is one family. Then, of course, need to seek regional approach for sustainable peace and development. This exactly is it. Without a regional approach, we are going nowhere. You cannot live alone. I listened to His Excellency, the acting ambassador of Nigeria, you know, say that when his house was burning, neighbor's house was burning, he was very worried. And then I just remembered that, I have my late uncle's house in Centurion in Pretoria, and the neighbor's house has like some kind of thatched grass, very nice house, but thatched grass. Then my uncle will always say, oh my God, if this house burns, I don't know what will happen to my house. So this is the situation we are in today as the region, and as a continent, and as the world. And then, of course, those are the countries of the Great Lakes region. Sorry, this is an old map. South Sudan is there. And then the blue ones, there are 12 countries. That is Angola, Burundi, Central African Republic, Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia. And of course, the cooperative countries, as you can see within that map, we have Egypt, we have Ethiopia, we have Mozambique, we have Namibia, we have Malawi, we have Zimbabwe, and we have Botswana. These are key countries that any problem in the DRC, remember DRC is the only country in Africa that has 9 neighbors. No other country in Africa has 9 neighbors. And it's only in DRC that has 2 time zones. So that tells you that the connection of DRC to the neighbors means a lot. And that is why if you listen to the representative of the Commissioner General of Police, Mr. Dennis, he says, you know, the militias or the people come from DRC, they pass through Rwanda, they get to Tanzania, they get to Mozambique. So this DRC, as much as it's one of the richest countries on the continent and in the world, it has what you call a historical perspective to the entire region of EAC. And that is why I said this presentation must be informed by what I'm presenting. And I must just tell you that there have been a number of ordinary summits. These are what you call ordinary sessions of heads of states of the 12 countries. And the first one, of course, was in 2004. The second one was in 2006. The third one was in 2009. The fourth one, 2011. The fifth one, 2014. Sixth one, 2016. And then seventh one, 2017 in Congo-Brazzaville. And, of course, the last one, which was just held last month on 20th of November in Congo-Brazzaville, when President Sassou Nguesso was handing over to President João Lourenço of Angola, who is the current chair of the ICJLR. I'm bringing this for you or to respond to what I heard yesterday. And Dr. Ozo, please bear with me because this is very important. What you are missing is this what you call institutional link and political commitment. And where I've brought this summit is because I want you to look at ICJLR commitment of heads of states on the fight against terrorism and prevention of extremism. The last summit, last month, actually I would say 3 weeks ago, and this is the second meeting I'm sharing after attending the summit of heads of states. The heads of states, under Decision 26, expressed our concern about the growing threat of terrorism and extremism in Africa. This is the decision of heads of states. And I've shared that that communique of heads of states to the Secretariat of ATPS, which can be shared to all participants. And then a decision 27, which is very interesting to me because this is what I would say Mr. Dennis was saying. Instruct the Secretariat to organize a physical ministerial meeting as soon as the context of the pandemic allows to assess the threats in the Great Lakes region and work on the regional strategy to prevent and combat terrorism and extremism. I chose to bring this because it's extremely important because all the EAC countries are part of Great Lakes countries, if you listen to me, in terms of membership. And then, of course, what strikes me best, and I would say it, we got what we wanted, is also instruct the Secretariat to facilitate, of course, the development of a regional action plan on UN Security Council, Resolution 2250 on youth, peace, and security in the Great Lakes region. To me, this is extremely important because all what we've been talking, I've been marking youth, 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 youth. So the heads of states have said, you like it or not, guys, we need a regional strategy on youth, peace, and security. And this will kind of solve the problem a little bit halfway, but not fully. But now, how do we move from here? Next slide. Just to show you that these are the things we are dealing with: peace and security, democracy and good governance, economic development and regional integration, humanitarian and social issues, then of course cross-cutting issues, gender, human rights, human settlement, environment, HIV/AIDS, and the youth themselves. Then of course we also have 33 priority projects in the region and 10 protocols. Then in peace and security, what I'm interested in is the last bullet: to prevent and combat organized transnational criminal activities and terrorism, which is the subject for this meeting today. So this is something that already is a commitment by the heads of states. And then, of course, on peace and security, again, I'm interested in the last, second bullet, that is joint security management of common borders, which, it was alluded to that we have a lot of, porous borders, and when you have porous borders, you know what it means. Like anything can happen. Then, next, please. Then, of course, that is disarmament of nomadic pastoralists. Just move on now to them. Now, youth priority areas to take action. One thing I'm happy about the ATPS is that you have also taken as a programmatic objective on youth and gender empowerment as your priority number 3. To me, especially when I read the issue of formation of an African Youth Forum Science and Technology, honestly, I am basically here to tell you that we are in together. Don't work alone. We are here to engage as young people of the region. And believe me, we can always share so much. But one of the things that I want to tell you is, how do youth come in? To me, the first important thing is dialogue. Dialogue with the youth. Because without dialogue, you will realize that you don't know what the youth are doing. Without dialogue, you will not understand each other. Without dialogue, in fact, to me, dialogue is everything. Dialogue is the bedrock of this CVE. Because you can come in with your hardware, bring in the best military, bring in external and international support, but without dialogue, you are going nowhere. And as you have listened, I'm using Dennis because he's speaking as a practitioner who is in the police force or police service of the Republic of Rwanda. He just shared about 3 issues, saying one person is 17 years old, another person is 18 years old. These are young people who are moving from one country without what? Any documentation. But they are able to corrupt the leadership in that particular country and move on. And then the second issue is, of course, youth engagement in strengthening in good governance, human rights, and the rule of law. That is why you find that the youth are disengaged. You go for an election, and an election is basically done what? They say you can vote, but the person who counts the vote matters in Africa. So is that the direction we want to take? And that is why you find that the youth are totally, they queue, they are the majority on the continent, and then when they queue, you find that what is announced is not what is their will. So it becomes a little bit of a challenge. And then, of course, engaging youth in participatory strategies that adopt conflict prevention, peace building, community-oriented policing models, and family-based mentorship programs. Why is it that, Professor Kiamba, a chairperson, if you may allow me, why is it that during your time, immediately you cleared high school, you were immediately taken to start a job as you study. But now things have changed. Why? Where did the rain start beating us? You find that there are so many young people who have gone to school, and I really feel like for my Nigerian brothers, you know, the number of Nigerians in the diaspora is just amazing. And the number of Nigerians in the home country itself is just amazing. How do you handle these very well educated and sophisticated young people as a nation without proper policies? It is difficult, because there is a way you can say, okay, let's sit and see, but we'll sit and see for the next 10 years. 10 years, that is another added up population of the young people who have gone to school. And that is why we're in this situation today of talking about CVE. And it's not going to end unless we rethink. We just must rethink and say, what is it that we want to do for our young people on the continent? Because if we are not going to do it, they will do it for us. And you can be sure, in the next 10 years, there will be a change completely in the scope of the way Africa is going to be run. And it's going to be based on this youth population who are disenfranchised. Then, of course, empowerment has been talked about by almost everybody. How do you empower the youth? It's just not empowering the youth, but how do you ensure that you track what they are doing in terms of development? Because if I've gone to school, I've gone to university, I've cleared, you must ensure that I'm within a scope or a framework whereby I can be traced. Believe me, nowadays, you go to university, and after the university, what do? You leave the young people. In Kenya, there is a term they use, wajisot. And kujisot means so much, and that is why technology comes in. I'm sorry to tell you that one time I went to DRC, I was in Eastern DRC in DR Congo. We had gone for fact-finding mission to get some space to build a youth center. That is in Mugunga in Goma, North Kivu province. And when we were there with about 5 of us, actually 6 of us, 3 people from MONUSCO, my colleague from Tanzania, my colleague from Rwanda, and myself representing the region. And while we were there, plus of course the authorities from DRC government, while we were there, that is when we said, God, M23 is real. And while we were on the ground, being showed the 5 acres of land that the government of DRC has donated to us to do the peace center, over 150 young people surrounded us with guns. And I said, my God, and my colleague from Tanzania, Nancy, was a lady, she just dropped down. And you know what happens? You know, this is an experience that has made me to like say, I must do something for this region. And what happened, I just talked in Swahili, and I told them, mimi naitwa Kennedy, and natoka Nairobi, Kenya. And you know, when I said that, these guys just relaxed, and now they listen to us. Then I told them, we are here to support you. We want to put something for you people that will assist you. What the youth need is just some space to meet and discuss. If this space is not there, they will be on social media. I'm saying this because it is a region that really requires a lot of attention. And I must tell you that the Great Lakes region has been on the UN Security Council. Because you're the scholars, you must know these things. DRC has been on the UN Security Council like, I don't know, every year. South Sudan, Burundi. These are issues. And who is causing these issues? It is the young people who are migrating. It is the legal militias, the young people who are moving comfortably. And that is why, to me, this is very important. Of course, I will not belabor on gender equality and empowering young women, because young women are very key in bringing them on board. And then, of course, the second last thing is education and skills development that prepares young people and invest in progress that promote global citizenship, technical and vocational education. Education is key for our region. Without education, the region goes nowhere. And again, with education comes the language. Language is very important. Without a common language, again, we go nowhere. And of course, lastly, is communication, internet, and social media, which has been alluded to by everybody, and I will not belabor. Having said that, I wish to really thank you, kind of you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Kennedy, for that very sharp and straightforward intervention, bringing out the youth and gender dimension of this whole discussion. I will not attempt to repeat what you said, but of course, it is clear that all our efforts in terms of strategies, in terms of mechanisms, are geared towards protecting the future leaders of tomorrow, who are the youths. So that makes it germane to ensure that all our mechanisms embrace and incorporate youth actions. I will call on the second presenter, who is supposed to be virtual. I don't know whether he's there. Eli Opondo, is he online? Can you kindly connect him for his presentation? Thank you. Eli, you will have 10 minutes, please. You stick to 10 minutes. We can't hear you. Check if you are muted. Can you speak now? Let's know whether we can hear you. Eli. We can't hear you still. Check your systems. Be sure you are not muted. What is it? He has been speaking. He's speaking. You can see he's speaking, but he's... Eli, please, can you check that you didn't mute yourself? He can... Some of those are the challenges of technology. We need to understand what is it? No, yesterday he used the earphone. He was using earphone yesterday. I think what we may do is to call on the next speaker while maybe Eli sorts himself out. So we can call on the next speaker who will be speaking on the challenges in preventing and countering terrorism and violent extremism in Africa, which will be presented by Helen Kezienwoha from Uganda. So if Helen is there online, kindly put her through.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay. Please proceed to make your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Ozo, and the rest of the team based in Nairobi. I've been listening, and I think a lot of the issues that I need to address have also been mentioned by many of the colleagues. I need to mentioned by my brother, Dr. Otto, and I work with the Women's International Peace Center based in Kampala. So let me just start in terms of reflecting on what the challenges would be, is the fact that a number of countries in Africa remain in fragile and conflict situations. Of course, these fragile and conflict situations provide conditions that are conducive for violent extremism, but also conflict-affected countries are more prone to greater levels of violent extremism than more stable environments. But if you reflect on it critically, you will ask yourself which countries in Africa are stable as it is now. That might be difficult, and that would also depend on how you're defining fragile and conflict countries. But I think the second would also be what we are really defining as peace and the different dimensions. And I think that majority of the countries could be said to be fragile because we're in situations where human security is not available to communities, and a lot of the states are very prone to get into conflict. A lot of colleagues have discussed the issues of cross-border, but I think a lot of the borders in Africa are still very porous, and have also, as a result, have facilitated the trafficking of small arms and light weapons across the borders. I don't know, Kennedy also talked a bit about, the frameworks that, some of the regions are using to ensure border security, but I don't think it's secure enough. So we are really not sure. If you look at the history of some of the attacks we have experienced, some of the examples that have also been shared this morning, you would want to question how safe the borders are, in Africa. But I think also a lot of the states in Africa have failed to monitor, and curb or control trafficking of people, weapons, drugs, and goods, and some of these are things that promote and sustain the very existence of violent extremism. So we have that very direct linkage between violent extremism and organized transnational networks of crimes that also benefit from trans-border insecurity, that makes it impossible, for countries to deal with these various dynamics that also tend to promote and facilitate violent extremism. The other, I think, that we're being challenged with is the limited confidence that the populations have in the institutions of government. We have a lot of governments in Africa that are corrupt, that have failed to provide adequate social services, and sometimes the agitations that these groups have. It's important that countries think through the root causes of this and maybe attend to some of those issues that some of these groups are putting forward, which could be true in some sense. If you talk about youth unemployment, for example, which is very prominent in many of the African countries, and people not finding something more productive to do, and then challenging the state, looking for change or something new, is very true in our current situations. I think also the building on Kennedy, but not to belabor the point, is that African countries have not really invested so much on the demographic dividend presented by the youth population. A lot of attention has not been paid to seeing how we translate this into something more productive, for countries. The other is that a lot of the interventions that also target VE, violent extremism interventions, are coming from support from outside, so the level of investment does not match the commitment that we hear, the programs, the policies that have been shared this morning. And a lot of these donor-supported projects are short-term, they are 1 year, 2 years, or maybe 6 months, even 3 months. And this doesn't give enough time for, to build sustainable peace or to be able to address the root causes of the conflict and marginalization on which violent extremism, strikes. And I think it's very important that we address those root causes of those marginalization, the differences that people feel, those things that make them to want to challenge the state in different ways. The other for me is the approaches that we've used in Africa to address PVE is military in nature. Yes, it is understandable because of the nature, but then it has really not helped us, there's always been counterattack, among the military and the perpetrators, and civilian populations are the ones that suffer the damage, and not only human damage, but also infrastructure damage. We have thousands of people who have died as a result of this, and millions have been displaced in Africa. So I think that, there needs to be a change in terms of the focus and the approach that is being used by many of the African countries to issues of violent extremism. The gap I see is there's a huge gap, and Stella was just, trying to point that out in this conversation in terms of profiling the gender dimensions, of PVE, not only particularly in research, in practice, but also in policy, that we tend to have paid a lot of attention on mainstream issues, and like Kennedy had mentioned, earlier, that if we don't begin to pick up those issues, we might run into a problem of addressing partly what the challenge is and not really addressing all the issues. I think the other is that there's also, because of the unemployment of youth, there's a huge population migrating from Africa to other countries, and because of the level of desperation for them to leave Africa, they fall into being recruited for extremism activities. So I think that there are many things we need to consider. And the other is the fact that many of the countries in Africa, we had examples from Tanzania, are in denial, that this doesn't exist in their countries. Meanwhile, even if you're not being attacked, your country could be a recruitment site, because all the issues we talk about is applicable to many of the African countries. Let me just then reflect very quickly on what could be done to change the current dynamics. I think we generally need a new approach. We've tried this same militarized approach for so many years. And I think that in addition to all the recommendations that have been made since morning, issues to do with collaboration on border security, sharing intelligence information, joint development of strategies, which I think exists based on the presentations and that colleagues have made in the morning. I think then I want to build on what Eugenia has said, that we need to then use softer approaches Can we build in issues, around mediation, something that includes bringing together the actors, to include women, youth specifically, and perpetrators together to dialogue, on this issue instead of, just going militarized. There's the issue of justice as well, within this, you're negotiating with someone who has perpetrated so much violence, violated people's rights. But I think understanding what their needs are and being able to engage with them, one-on-one would work better than, the approach that we have used over time. Also, I think that we need to pay more attention to the research that we are doing around this. And I like all the comments coming this morning that we need to revise and revamp the nature of research that we are carrying out to be able to take action emerging issues around violent extremism, so that we are able to address the current context of what it is. But how is this research being shared as well? So is it this idea of people working differently in silos? I think it's time to build a kind of network, consortium, whatever collaboration that brings together different actors, to be able to make input into what the research agenda should look like, to enable research outputs, to effectively be used by countries to address the issues. I think also it's important to engage in humanitarian diplomacy. We've seen situations where even humanitarian response is impossible, in some of the countries. But more importantly is that we need to strengthen the link between development and peace, and combating violence extremism. That a lot of the development issues around this need to be paid attention, in terms of the processes, so that while we are dealing with issues of the economy, of education, of health, which are usually weak, if we can strengthen those dimensions, then probably we might just be promoting some of those weak elements that usually promote and give opportunities for such activities. And I think lastly, as I round up my 10 minutes, is that states need to take responsibility, to initiate engagements at national level, to improve development processes, and at the same time reach out to communities to better understand the dynamics amongst them. So this issue of national governments not engaging with communities where these issues are being seen, and where we have seen a lot of violence, and it was very heartbreaking to see the number of people that were killed last week in northern Nigeria. It was really heartbreaking, but these are people's, fathers, brothers, husbands, a multiple layer of things, and everything just seemed to have died down. But you see, this continues. So how do we engage with communities, promote their role, in preventing violent extremism, and make sure that they're engaged in the processes and decisions that are taken, to make it more, responsive to the needs of communities. So yeah, Dr. Ozo, thank you. I will stop there.
A big round of applause for her. Thank you very much, Helen, for that very insightful presentation, very clear and straightforward. Of course, you are converted, and I'm not surprised that you're able to make that presentation very brisk and to the point. So I wouldn't also want to repeat what you said, but it resonates around youth. It resonates around their inability to be comfortable, because there is the ecosystem is not so ripe, not so conducive for them. They don't have jobs. The young men and women that were killed in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, like she mentioned, had migrated over 600 kilometers to where they went to farm, in a rice farm. And these terrorists also came as people looking for jobs and lived with them for some days, just to get strategy that they were looking for jobs. And after about 2 days or so staying with them, got a good opportunity and rounded them off and slaughtered them. You can imagine how bad that is. But maybe I will leave that explanation to the next presenter, who will be talking about religious radicalism and Violent Extremism in Africa. Mr. Sindov Ndoni from the Nigerian High Commission in Nairobi, Kenya here. You are welcome to make your presentation.
Thank you very much, Doc. You just got me into a very solemn mood. So unfortunate. But we will not talk about that because investigations are still ongoing. At the end of the investigations, we'll be able to know what actually has happened. I'm going to talk about religious radicalism and violent extremism in Africa. Allow me also at this point to express the sincere gratitude of the Nigerian High Commission to the organizers for deeming us worthy of partaking in this wonderful event. And having said that, let me say that at the outset, even in our discussions here, no one is reinventing the wheel, as there have been numerous studies and literature on these issues with very exciting and encouraging conclusions. In an article titled "The Determinants of Religious Radicalism," published in a 2018 edition of the Journal of Conflict Resolution, the writers described religious radicalism as referring to, one, how individuals, groups express extremist attitudes and behavior towards other individuals on the basis of their religious affiliations. Two, how individuals or groups target members of another group on the basis of specific, established, and sometimes fringe interpretation of religious doctrines on the basis of defending one's religious groups. And three, that radicalization often involves events affecting a religious group's global membership, which also underscores the rise of militant groups. Therefore, my presentation will be guided on the basis of these three areas. When coronavirus started ravaging Europe and the US, terrorist groups were understood to have celebrated. It was all over the media. As Western powers are routinely their enemies. The Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, ISIS, instructed its members to avoid Europe, citing Quran teachings warning faithfuls against entering places with plagues. Al-Qaeda, in a statement, argued that the virus may have been God's punishment on those who oppressed Muslims, even as it reminded them and members of the hygienic teachings in Islam. While in Somalia, Al-Shabaab leaders claimed the virus had been imported by foreign forces. The group then, foreign forces that have been fighting the group, using it to call for their removal. Similar messages and teachings by some scholars before this COVID era had led Muslim scholars from Saudi Arabia, Kenya, and Tanzania to, on the 2nd of December 2018, converge in Mombasa, Kenya, for a 2-day dawah, that is, they call it preaching conference, to discuss and correct misconceptions about Islam and combat extremist ideology. Chairman of the Dawah, Rashad Ramadan, highlighted that the 2-day conference sought to tackle emerging concepts about Islam. Dawah is an Arabic word often used to describe how Muslims teach others about beliefs and practices of the Islamic faith. Ramadan added that the conference was organized to foster harmony and peaceful coexistence among people of all religions and sects, especially considering that in recent years, Islam has been wrongly depicted as promoting extremism. He also added that in today's world, there was need to demystify notions regarding Islam and prove Islam advocates for peaceful coexistence. The conference actually was attended by people from Saudi Arabia, Tanzania, and of course the host country, Kenya. Then the former US President, Barack Obama, during his presidency had also at various times put the onus on Muslim leaders and Muslim communities to fight attempts at radicalization. During his 2014 address to the United Nations General Assembly, the former US leader noted, and I quote, "It is time for the world, especially Muslim communities, to explicitly, forcefully, and consistently reject the ideology of organizations like Al-Qaeda and ISIS," adding that part of the efforts must be continued rejections by Muslims of those who distort Islam to preach intolerance and promote violence. The take-home from the above brief intro is a perception that claimed that groups like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, have theological backing for their brands of violent extremism, especially considering that their activities went on virtually unchallenged by mainstream Islamic scholars, and that was actually a major issue. It is also worthy of mention that in 2017, an analysis of a report by the Tony Blair Research Institute revealed that religious counter-narratives are failing to confront the scriptural references used prominently by terrorist groups to justify their methods. It is therefore believed that the above scenario gave the incentive for the scholars to take up the mantle of responsibility to correct misconceptions about Islam and combat extremist ideology. Whereas there have been global calls for religious leaders to offer alternative interpretations to prevent extremists from defining the rules of the game in the battle of ideology, the onus is on religious leaders and scholars to correct most of the wrongs, including correcting emerging conceptions about Islam by highlighting Prophet Muhammad's glorious teachings about his biography. There is no doubt that extremist voices, including in Africa, have had an impact on Islam that is widely disproportionate to their numbers and their distortion, as also noted in the Tony Blair Research Institute report. While some people also have alluded to the fact that religious radicalism is not basically the cause of extremist activities, we also have to note that there is so much to that we cannot run away, or we cannot shy away from their utterances as encouraging those people. So in order to be able to counter the extremist narratives, experts have called on governments to fund and establish centralized online research institutes or centers where credible religious voices can challenge the extremist ideologies. This has also become very necessary at this time of the corona pandemic, where a lot of engagement is taking place online because of the issues bordering on social distancing. Virtually everybody is online, and anything can happen online. In view of the foregoing, African governments, particularly those greatly affected or confronted by the menace, may be urged to also encourage engagements by scholars and ensure that de-radicalization becomes an integral part of counter-terrorism narrative. According to a reporter with the U.S. National Public Radio, one Anna Malan, she said, with the COVID crisis, researchers have been warned that extremists have a captive audience for their message. As millions of young people, we are coming back to the youths again, millions of young people are out of school and are spending hours unsupervised on social media. She added that the extremists are indoors just like everyone else, with most of the activities now online. So in conclusion, and particularly bearing in mind the compelling security problems associated with radicalism, I will make bold to suggest that one, there should be East-West collaboration, which stresses the need to share both knowledge and capacity, including expertise. There should be an increased vigilance, and I stress the need for more caution by security agencies, because they are almost always one of the first targets of these people. There should be enhanced security at both hard and soft targets. There should also be enhanced security, including through checks at all entry points. Unfortunately, we do not know the entry points of most of our countries, because the borders are as porous as anybody can think of. So side by side, the campaigns on social distancing and self-hygiene with regards to the COVID-19, appropriate authorities should be urged to sustain public enlightenment on security and security consciousness. Like the US dictum says, see something, say something. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, I say thank you to the organizers and thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndoni, for bringing out key issues with respect to religion in this discussion. Actually, one question I used to have is, with respect to this religion, is it that, maybe you have to answer that later on, is it that we are not reading from the same, we are reading the same book, but yet we read it, some read it upside down and use it for good, and some read it the other way and use it for bad. Yet we are referring to one book, because you told me that there was a convention in Mombasa and it is on the same book, and there are people who are still using the same book to perpetrate their own ideologies. So maybe you need to tell me, is it the teaching that is not right, or is it the understanding that is not right? As an expert in religious radicalism. But I can tell you that you've given great insight on this, and we do appreciate you very much. We don't know whether Eli Upondo, he is able to now make it. Otherwise, can you check through with him? Is he able to make it? If so, can you connect to him? And I will plead that the program will change a little bit because it is time for lunch. I would suggest that after this session, we'll go for lunch and then come back to finish up the policy dialogue session. We had planned it in such a way that we end the program with lunch, but because of the delays we had, it has eaten into our lunch. And we cannot, we want to keep the body and mind together and the spirit as well. So we would need to go and nibble on something and then come back to finish the final session, which is very important for us in defining the way forward on the high-level policy dialogue with some high-level policymakers around to fashion out what we would want governments to do, and also what we, the followers of government, would want to do, so that we are able to prevent and counter violent extremism. So if Eli is there, kindly connect to him, please. As he does that, I hope if you have your questions, keep them ready, so that immediately after Eli's presentation, we'll be able to go through that. Eli, if you are there, switch on your video and you can begin your presentation. Switch on your video and also your audio. Have you connected to him, please? Pardon? Okay. Well, if he's not connecting, then we may just have to engage in the next. If you have any pertinent question, comment, or observation, please, we'll give 2 minutes, 3 minutes to that. I see Dr. Charles. Do you have something to say? Give him microphone, please. And our participants online, please, if you have any question or comment, feel free to just put on your audio and video. The Secretariat will give you permission to talk, or you inform us in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have a comment on what Madam Helen from Uganda highlighted in her presentation. And this one has been a challenge. The issue of having data so that this data is actionable by the policymakers. That has been a challenge in this field of violent extremism, because even if that data exists, then they are not in a way that can help policymakers make very concrete formulations on the way forward of violent extremism. And I think that one is also tailored to what she said about having a research agenda in the field of violent extremism. For example, for those people who are in academia, we have professors here, we have docs, we have various people at various levels in academia. Research must have an agenda, and it is not just agenda with a tactical goal. It is usually an agenda with a strategic goal. Just the same way the terrorists, what differentiates them from other ordinary criminal gangs is that they usually have an agenda that is strategic. So if we have to formulate a research agenda to generate data that can help policymakers, then as a way forward, we need to champion for a center of excellence in issues of violent extremism, where we can record into ways of generating data to help policymakers formulate ways of preventing violent extremism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And As you just mentioned, the Center of Excellence, my professor here and my chair was nodding because he is a World Bank advisor on issues on centers of excellence and has helped to establish the over 72 centers of excellence we have around Eastern and Southern Africa region. I don't know whether he can consider meeting to the bank to also consider aspects of a center of excellence. Professor Crispus Kiamba, can you give him the mic? Sorry for ambushing you, but I know I can read your mind.
Not to worry, Nicholas. Firstly, to say, I think it's a very important contribution to this agenda that we have. It's not a new agenda. I think, as has been stated clearly by the speakers today, and the question of collaboration, partnership, working together is critical. And finally, the question of research. And if the issue requires collaboration, partnerships, then that research consequently must also be collaborative, must be in partnership. And we have, for example, the center at university in Kenya. I think the Professor Ogengo is talking, or he spoke yesterday, if he's not talking today. And I hope he said what they are doing, how they are doing it. And we were making suggestions. It's important he collaborates with institutions like ATPS and indeed other many institutions that are involved in research. Back to the World Bank project, yes, but by all means we can introduce it as an agenda. So far that project has concentrated on the concept of centers in African universities that are required to have strong science, technology, and innovation programs, concentrating on the applied sciences, on engineering, and related areas, which we are seen as the biggest weakness in African universities. But then issues of extremism, issues of terrorism are very scientific. Use a lot of technology to do what they do. And to some extent, that also addresses objectives of ATPS. So, yes, I think that is an issue we can approach the World Bank as a major project to support it, exactly where that can be discussed. And of course, opinions and views would be very useful. But the answer is really yes, we can not only the World Bank, there are a lot of other organizations that deal with matters of extremism, that deal with matters, whether they are religiously based or politics. You know, sometimes you wonder why, for example, Arab countries would literally want to finish another nation that is Arabic, Yemen. It's just amazing how a country, and the ICC is doing nothing to come and challenge these countries, destroying a whole new nation called Yemen. Yes, it's largely Muslim, and Saudi Arabia, which is leading the process, is almost a leader of the Muslim religion, and so forth. So it's a complex issue, but I think that is a very important issue that has been raised. Let us highlight it in our proposals, and among other people, we can discuss with the World Bank team these proposals.
Thank you very much.
I've talked more than perhaps you require me to say.
No, it was nice that that was echoed out. So are there questions from the audience here? I know I have one. I don't know if he can respond immediately.
Thank you very much, Doc. Not to belabor the issue, I just want to quickly say that there has not been enough engagement on the part of religious leaders. If you remember, at the height of these terrorist incidents all over the world, world leaders had to put the pressure on some of these religious leaders. Why are you people not saying something? If these ones have said that the Quran says A, B, C, D too, are you in agreement with it that you are keeping quiet? And that is also the reason why, like I said, that kind of activity had to take place in Mombasa to try to explain to the world that these people are not speaking our minds. Unfortunately, that has not had the kind of effect me and you will want to see. That is also the reason why governments are encouraged to continue to engage these religious leaders from time to time to please speak out. Because as they say in law, silence means consent. And if they continue to keep quiet, it means that they are in agreement. And some governments actually have taken it to another level. In some countries, religious preachings have to be approved by the government. And they take it seriously. People have not died. Those countries are moving on very well. So in as much as we have these freedoms, freedom of religion, there has to also be some amount of control. Why we are having the situation we are having is because there have not been this type of control. So it is not that they are reading from different scripts. They are reading from the same scripts, and sometimes it also boils down to how you want to interpret it. And a friend of mine sometimes was jokingly saying that modern day Christians have decided to condemn the Old Testament, but they pick one aspect of the Old Testament, which is tied into the New Testament. So it depends on how these things are being interpreted. So everybody is speaking from the same book, but unfortunately, there has to be that level of engagement to continually ask people to disregard these sentimental pronouncements, which we urge from time to time for it to happen. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll hear from the audience, from the online audience now. Are there questions for the last speakers or comments? I will get back to Eugenia, to Evelyn, to bring out the gender dimension to this whole issue at a time, so that we wrap up. But let's hear from the online participants some of their questions or comments or observations regarding the previous presentations.
Okay, from our online attendees, we have a couple of comments from them. The first comment is coming from Rapudo Howie, who said, "Great presentation from Kennedy to show the ICGLR youth commitments to cascading national priorities to deal with extremism and radicalization. We need to adopt new research projects on this process to inform our policies." And then you have Mr. Dennis Basabose, who was representing the Inspector General of the Rwanda National Police Service. He said, "I think the military or security organs' response to violent extremism comes as a last option because prevention has not been achieved. So the civil society, local leadership, community leadership should be more proactive." And then you have another lady attendee, her name is Stella Sabiti, who's saying about porous borders, especially in Africa where the borders were arbitrarily drawn, we have families across all our borders. We need to be more creative about this. And then the last comment is also from her, Stella Sabiti again. She's saying, we sleep in our homes in one country and cross the border to access our gardens. Our children go to school across the border and our cattle are grazed across, and the other way around. The issue of some borderlines cutting across one family compound, a homestead traveling the border, bedroom in one country, living or sitting room in another. And then you have Mr. Isaiah Ndege who wants to make a comment. He's from the National Crime Research Center. He wants to make a brief comment.
Get him online then.
Okay. Mr. Isaiah Ndege, you can... you can proceed.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Isaiah Ndege. I'm here to represent my director, International Crime Research Center. And I just want to make a comment with regards to COVID-19 and violent extremism. That's the interlink between the two. So basically, I think in the first place during the conference, what COVID-19 does is that it accentuates the 50 conditions upon which violent terrorist groups actually exist. What I mean by this is that the conditions, what I mean by conditions is the drivers violent extremism. So I don't want to go towards that field, but I want to comment on one area, that is the backfire of preventive COVID-19 lockdown measures. So, indefinitely, I should agree with me, if you are not in the mass media, we are seeing people complaining about insult at the police, maybe because they are not wearing face masks. And many other implementation issues related to lack of human rights, the respect for the fundamental human rights, which involves the implementation of COVID-19 information. So what this does is that it creates a mass of enfranchised population. So these people, if it is enfranchised, they are at risk of being recruited to these violent extremist groups. So then what are we supposed to do because of that? So what we're supposed to do is that we're supposed to build capacities of our security forces and local authorities to ensure respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms while applying lockdown measures. And then secondly, what's supposed to be done is that we're supposed to build and develop capacities for community policing to improve communication and understanding between citizens and security forces.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and that's my comment.
Thank you very much for bringing out that dimension, even though it was not so clear. But that's very important point you have raised there as someone in the Crimes Research Center. Thank you. I think at this point, if there's Evelyn, do you still have something to say? Being covered. Okay. So, like I pleaded with you, we will have to go for lunch, a late lunch for that matter, and we will do as quickly as possible, 45 minutes max, and come back to finish with the policy dialogue. Thank you for listening and participating. And for our colleagues online, we are coming back in the next 45 minutes. You can as well have your late lunch or dinner or breakfast depending on where you are. But we appreciate you. We appreciate your participation. Thank you very much. Welcome back from lunch to this final session of this policy conference. Without much ado, like I said, once again, I apologize for the spillover beyond lunch, which was not intended. But then we have to do the needful because this last lap is very important. The policy dialogue where we want to actually put out the way forward for policymakers to take up for further actions. And I want to invite the chair of this session, Professor Crispus Kiamba, to take over the chair for the session and invite those who are supposed to be part of this policy dialogue. Thank you very much. Just after that, we will be reading the communique, which is in the session 8. Thank you. Prof.
Strictly speaking, the people managing this mic should be able to clean it one after the other. Speaker, you do that? Oh, good, good. Thank you very much. Let me welcome you again to this session, the one on high-level dialogue on preventing and countering violent extremism. To a great extent, is a session that will overarch or deal with a lot of issues that have been discussed since yesterday, and certainly including today. And now we are really talking with high-level policy people who are responsible not only for just the policies, but the strategies in this part of the world, in this region, in managing and countering violent extremism, countering terrorism and related modern crimes, if we can call them. Let me just read the persons who will speak to us, and I'll request them to sit at the front. Nicholas, that is where they're supposed to sit. You sit at the front. Yes. And I forgot we did not welcome the global community that is with us virtually. You are welcome to continue participation in this very important meeting. So the first person I will request to go to, it is usually called the high table. Here the table is at the same level as those who are going to listen. Not to be worried. And we start with them. We were to have Ambassador Martin Kimani from this is the National Center for Counter-Terrorism in Kenya. Some of you might know Ambassador Kimani has already been appointed as Kenya's representative at the UN. I don't know whether he has gone to report yet, but he has a representative, capable representative that has been sent to be with us today. Dr. Charles Opio. Please. Dr. Charles Opio, we just sat together at the lunch. I didn't know him before, but now I know him. That he holds his doctorate degree from the University of Nairobi. And really, anybody who has been at the University of Nairobi, you take advantage of every opportunity to mention that name. So forgive me if I over-mention it. You're welcome. The second person is Professor Walter Oyawa. Walter Oyawa, I understand he will be with us virtually. Are you connected with him yet? Or I understand we've already connected with him. Walter Oyawa is the Chief Executive, the Secretary of the Kenya's National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. NACOSTI, the acronym, is a very close friend of ATPS. We collaborate a lot with that organization. And ATPS has been very instrumental in the development of Kenya's science, technology, innovation strategy. Even as far back when I was the permanent secretary, we worked very closely with ATPS. And we trust this is a sort of partnership we are encouraging all of you to develop with ATPS. That's why it is there for all of you to support you as you think of science, technology, and innovation, as you think of technology policy. The other person is Dr. Monde Muyangwa from the Wilson Center. Is she connected? She spoke yesterday in the morning, if I recall correctly. She's online? Thank you very much. You continue to look for her just in case you haven't found her. And the other person, who I understand will represent the Commissioner of Police, Rwanda. Is that the one? Oh, that is Basabose Dennis. Oh, he's also online. Yes, connected through yet? Oh, thank you very much. We welcome you, Mr. Commissioner. And I think that is all. Oh, yes. We have one more person who fortunately has spoke with us just before we went out, presented to us a very interesting issues with respect to the subjects and the discussion. I was looking for his name in the list so that I can pronounce it correctly. This is... okay. He talked to us on religious radicalism and violent extremism in Africa. You all listened to that presentation. So he will now join, shall I call them the eminent Africans who will talk to us? And his name, I'll repeat again, we heard it in the morning, is Saidof Edoni from the Nigeria High Commission in Nairobi. I'm not sure, I may not have pronounced it very correctly, but I tried. And like most Kenyans, when they meet a Nigerian, they tend to say, Oga. You're most welcome. So that is the group who are going to discuss with us this session. And as I said, the session is called High-Level Dialogue on Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism. And to a great extent, the question that we have as we go towards the final stages of this meeting is what sort of things our administrators, our officials in governments, in other institutions, can learn from the last 2 days, including today, of how to manage this major issue in this region of Africa. And we have already agreed it's just not a regional issue, it's a global issue. It's not a country issue, it's a regional issue. And unless we work together, we cannot go anywhere like most other things. And I'm happy that is already happening. We can only improve on it, make it better. So it will be very interesting to hear this team, what they have learned and how they see certainly the future, how they will possibly in some cases advise their government, and they are also the government and other relevant institutions that are involved in countering extremism in this part of the world. And we are happy. One of the representatives is from West Africa, where West Africa is going through also a major crisis of extremism. So the experience we will learn from this region, what is happening in West Africa, is very educational for all of us as we think of how to deal with that. Let me not really, for the moment, speak for them. I'll request one after the other to talk to us. We've not agreed on how much time we have per speaker. We want to leave it upon you, but I'll give you, say, maximum 10 minutes. If you think you want less, that is okay with me and I'm sure with the group. But we would like, as you speak and after you all speak, we can have some interaction between you as a team and the people attending this meeting. So also prepare yourselves to raise issues with the, I call them eminent Africans and other friends of Africa who are participating in this meeting. So let's then, without much ado, go to the first person in the list. And that was, in this case, it is Dr. Am I losing the, yes, here you are. We have Dr. Dr. Charles Opio, representing Ambassador Martin Kimani, who cannot be with us today. So, Martin, please go ahead. Yes.
Thank you very much, please. Prof, for the time you have given me to speak on behalf of the National Counterterrorism Center, which was actually supposed to be represented here according to the program by our director, Dr. Ambassador Kimani. Due to unavoidable circumstances, they were not able to be with you. Given the time limit that we have been given and being a national entity, we could have had, I have a lot that I can say about violent extremism, but I'll limit myself only to 10 or less minutes. Now, from practice, from observation and experience that we have had at National Counterterrorism Center, the issue of violent extremism is actually a question of us versus them. And if you are so keen, we usually talk about violent extremism that leads to terrorism. And if you look at the terrorists, in whichever instance they have perpetrated the acts, they usually have a narrative to justify, to recruit, to justify their actions, and also to use to recruit followers. So it was in the interest of the public and as a nation, through the law, because this issue of violent extremism towards terrorism has been so subjective in its definition. So Kenya, as a nation, has embraced what is in the Constitution to define what violent extremism and terrorism is about. So we don't go by the definition of the academics. In the definition of the academics,
might have also informed what the Kenyans decided to put in the law. That is Prevention of Terrorism Act of 2012. So it is about ideology, violent extremism. So it is an ideology of this group versus the other group. What brings about this? What brings about this is about some strategic goal. It is about strategic goal. That is what we are actually experiencing. There are people who would want to have some rule over our nation. In fact, it doesn't only apply to our nation, it transcends. One of the elephants that we have in the house is the Al-Shabaab. And what we have realized with them is that they want to politically dominate, say, East Africa, if I talk less. They want to politically dominate East Africa, and they are using those narratives to divide people so that they can gain access into the Kenyan nation. And therefore, our endeavor in most of the policies that we are putting in place is addressing these ideologies that they have. And we usually say that we can have technology as best as it is, but we can be best now, and then they become best the next second. How can we solve that dilemma? That dilemma can only be solved if we speak about our patriotism to our nation. Because for you to be on the them and to be on the us, there are certain values that you as them or us must uphold. And that's what we are saying, that as much as terrorism is there, what will help us as a nation is resilience. And what brings resilience? Resilience is about upholding to the values that our people crafted and enshrined in our constitution. If you look at, we have, through experience as National Counterterrorism Center, engaged psychologists in terms of research. And there are certain things that really come out of the acts, behavior, and the unity of these perpetrators of terrorism. This is a question of having what is called sacred values. That's the reason why we realize that they have the courage to go and face an army of the Kenya, like 10 people having made probably 3K, AK, and going to, they conceive that they will have victory over a battalion of Kenyan trained and well-equipped officers. So in their psychology, there is an issue of certain values that they hold sacred, that whether they die or they live, they have achieved. So that is why we have a national strategy that most probably we were told about yesterday by one of our members from the National Counterterrorism Center to address violent extremism in a preventative way. That strategy always talks about patriotism at the center of it. That is, we need to have our values as holy to us, so that when they come, they find us resilient and strong in our national values. So we propose to the nation, we propose to the public, and we rally all sectors that we need to embrace those values. That's when we can be formidable enough to fight terrorism. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Opio, Charles Opio, for that contribution. If you have got any comments, just hold on to them so that we can join all of them together after they have presented. So let's go to the next person in the group, Professor Walter Oyawa of Nakosti. Professor Walter Oyawa, is he on board? Shall we come on that side briefly? Okay, let's proceed. If he does come on board, let us know. Let's go then immediately to Dr. Monde Muyangwa. Or his... That is Professor Oyawa. You're on board now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think...
Yes, I'm on now.
Shall we go here so that we see? We welcome you to this meeting and appreciate your being with us.
Thank you.
And this is the session, as you know, that is a high-level group to help us understand what is all this and the sort of thinking we could give to our governments, institutions that are involved in counter-terrorism, counter-extremism, and so forth. So you're most welcome. I've already announced you come from Nakosti. It's only that I didn't succeed in telling them I established Nakosti, but not to worry. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you.
We'll give you about 10 minutes, but if you need more minutes, just talk to us. We can negotiate.
Yes, so you're inviting me to say something?
Yes, I'm inviting you to say a lot.
Yes, thank you, Prof. I think we have had a very interesting discussions in this conference. I come from the technology side, and it's good that you established Nakosti and you know what it stands about. During my presentation, I think in the morning, we were able to bring out that technology or science, technology and innovation is a double-edged sword, depending on whose hands it is. That we need technology to move the world, to move the countries to where they expect to be, especially in these times of COVID, in the times of climate change and so forth. But the same technology, if it's in the wrong hands, just like a knife, it will cut wrongly. The target for this extremism is normally our youth. I think that is the target. So what I was able to present in the morning is that unless we have deliberate countermeasures and strategic measures in which to involve the youth, then we might end up in a situation which is out of control. One of the areas that I'm a strong proponent of, and I think you're very familiar with this, is the reintroduction of the National Youth Service. And this time I was proposing, like, the government of Kenya has initiated the issue of internship. The Public Service Commission is undertaking that. But why not introduce internship and national service to Kenyans? Somebody would ask, where would the funding come from? But we have seen the several parastatals. I think Kenya has over 400 parastatals, and each one of them every year try to compete for interns. So why, if the key decision makers would be involved in creating a kitty or a common pool where the National Youth Service is not before the university, but after graduating from university. And before you get any employment, you're supposed to produce the certificate of national service. You go through internship, which has elements of work. You get trained on the area of your interest, but also there's that component which some of us undertook in the pre-university of discipline and getting to know more about your country. And that will reinforce the mind so that when these other theories and ideas come to you, at least you'll have something to base it on. Currently, our youth find themselves out of graduation. You are jobless. It's like nobody's caring for you. You have emotional issues, emotional matters. And therefore, I think these groups are very able to tap into that sense of idleness. I was able to present that COVID pandemic has a direct bearing on extremism. It has caged our publics. The data indicates about 1 billion students worldwide, 1 billion students who are just locked in somewhere, and they're idle. Others are poor. Maybe their parents have lost work. So the situation is actually untenable. And unless something is done, then they cannot just sit there and die. They will take some measures. And when they do take that measures, I think Kenya has experienced situations like the Mungiki. They come out as a result of other aspects, mainly economic situations and the life at home. So it's something which needs to be addressed at an early point, and I'm happy that this ATPS has taken the initiative to bring this debate online. So my focus, my area of key presentation is that technology is a double-edged sword. We need it, but at the same time, when it gets the wrong hands, then it can do a lot of damage. Then the second point was the breeding ground is the youth. What do we need to do for the youth? From the technology point of view, from where I sit now at Nakosti, is to be able to train them. Beyond that is what we are calling like education. We have been collaborating with UNESCO during this COVID to be able to take STEM education to the high schools. But why don't we escalate it to another level where we have a global partnership or coalition that brings in science to the youth? And science is not just teaching them, science is practical. Like this drone technology that we are talking about, the frontier technologies, the artificial intelligence, the robotics. Tunisia has been, it's one of the few African countries recorded to have used robotics during the COVID regime. These are areas which are of great interest to the youth, where they could perform extremely well. And therefore, this would be one of my strong recommendations. So, Prof, I'll stop there. I wouldn't want to add much, but I would really want to stop there and thank the organizers of this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walter. We will go to the next person, and we can go immediately. Dr. Monde Muyangwa. Oh, not available. Okay, we shall then proceed to Dr. Mbababose Dennis from Rwanda, also not available. Oh, they are doing like this. Looks like me.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You are most welcome to this session. And we'll give approximately 10 minutes. Okay. You don't have to finish the 10 minutes. On the other hand, if you need more than 10 minutes, let us know.
Thank you very much once again to give me this time to talk about the policy that we need to adopt in our countries.
Can I, regional level, can I kindly request you to excuse
many presenters have highlighted.
Excuse me, please. Can I kindly request? We want to request you to slightly adjust your screen so that we can see your entire face. We are only seeing a half of your face. It's getting better. Just continue a bit.
Can you see me now?
Adjust a little bit more, please. There you are. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. And thank you very much to have given me another chance to talk about this serious problem facing us in our region. I will not take too much time. I just want to give my contribution regarding the policies that we have adopted in different countries that are not actually marrying very well, and this enables the violent extremists to operate freely to some extent. Now, my point, my highlight here is that first and foremost, we need political will to go beyond other things of policies and national policies, but to focus on terrorism, because it does not respect any policy, It does not respect any border. It does not respect any nationality. They are terrorists and they should be considered and dealt with accordingly. So, political will is number one. Number two is strengthening national mechanisms to deal with this problem, including all stakeholders, government institutions, security organs, religious denominations, civil society organizations, communities, and the youth specifically, because for us here in Rwanda we have introduced a system of, we have community policing, but we have embedded in a system of anti-terror clubs up to the mosque level. So we have Muslim youth forming an anti-terror club in each and every mosque up to district and provincial level. And these ones are working very closely with the security, with the police and other security organs, and then the local government, the mayors and the executive secretaries of the districts. Another point that I want to highlight is we need to bring on board the researchers, empirical research, to tell us what causes, what are the drivers in one country may be different in another country. So researchers should play a very big role, own the problem, and find out what should be done and ensure that the recommendations are actually implemented. Then we need to have genuine and respected regional cooperations. If we have good policies in our countries and we have internal mechanisms that can help us deal with the problem, but we don't share genuinely, still countering violent extremism will always be a problem. We have cases that, for example, if I may cite one, in Kenya there is a National Counterterrorism Center, but also there is an East African Counterterrorism Center of Excellence. And every time we have a meeting with the head of that Center of Excellence, he complains about lack of proper communication, even within that center and the National Center of Regional Center of Excellence and the National Counterterrorism Center. So you see, there is actually need for genuine communication to share information. So with those few remarks, I want to end here and say that thank you very much. We need to, I would like to end with a quote, and I quote, "Critical to the fight against global terrorism is an ability to move beyond presuppositions and stereotypes in our attitudes and policies, and to form partnerships that transcend an us and them view of the world." This is John Esposito. So if we come together, I'm very sure that we can reduce the radicalization and actually neutralize those active terrorists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. still remain with us. We would like some dialogue between the eminent speakers and the general sitting here or indeed elsewhere online. The next person I'll request to speak is Sinthof Ndoni, who we are fortunate he spoke with us earlier, and he can speak again. Have you got him on board yet? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sincerely glad to participate once again in this August group. We had wonderful discussions yesterday and up to this moment. They've been very, very encouraging. But I just want to reiterate what I said yesterday. I made mention of the fact that to be able to achieve desired results in the fight against terrorism, we have to share, just like the last speaker also emphasized. And I said do I use the word proverb that says that it is only a foolish man who goes to sleep when the neighbor's house is on fire. In this region, Kenya has this problem, and the other countries think that it is not their problem, so they want to go and sleep. It will become like the saying that a child who says the mother will not sleep, him too will not sleep. We, from the point of view of West Africa, like you said, we should bring that to bear. In West Africa, fortunately, we have come to realize that the issue of terrorism is not a one-nation problem. And for that reason, we decided that we have to continue to share. And also learning from the mistakes of what happened in the US, in the event that led to the 9/11 incident. We discovered that various agencies, not even at country levels, within agencies were not sharing. That goes to emphasize the need to share. And for countries, like I said, in West Africa, we, by virtue of working with some security agencies, we got to realize that there is what we call an established body, which is known as the Regional Intelligence Sharing, Intelligence Fusion Unit. Regional Intelligence Fusion Unit. That is, all the intelligence bodies from that region share real-time intelligence on happenings in their various countries. And because these people, like I said earlier, because we have porous borders, these people can traverse these borders easily. And when this information about their activities are shared, it goes a long way to solving part of the problem or nipping the problems in the bud. Now, having said that, I want to also emphasize once again community engagement to the point of not separating these are traditional hotspots, these are non-traditional hotspots, because we do not know where these people can operate from. How on earth will we know that terrorism will happen in Europe, in countries in Europe? And we will be paying attention to the so-called traditional hotspots while things are happening in other places. So we should not stereotype traditional and non-traditional, and to say that in the course of deciding, taking decisions, we should look at every angle, every area of society as potential, both recruitment and attack points, target areas. Similarly, on the involvement of government in religious activities, like Dr. Uzo asked me the question, are these people, are they not reading the same scripts? They are reading the same scripts. But there has to be deliberate attempts by both governments and the leaders to ensure that these messages are not diluted. And at the end, most times we realize that they are for personal gains. They do these things for personal gains. They interpret it to suit their purpose. While the thing is spelled out, A is A in the Bible, B is B in the Quran. But somebody will decide to say, no, let's change it the other way around. And some other persons will continue to listen. So these are things that government must look at. Government has to be involved. Government has to continually engage religious groups, continually engage leaders, even the youths, to make them understand that we need to have an understanding. We need to have a bearing on, say, this is religion, and there are no two religions. We have to understand that. That is also the reason why, when I mentioned earlier, that in countries like Morocco, the government regulates the sermon that is going to be read. The government will approve. We want to see what you are going to, so that nobody is misguided. For a country like that, which is all Muslim, so you can imagine the extent the government is going. Then, coming to the issue of social media, all of this I am saying is government has to, there has to be deliberate efforts to ensure that there are regulations. There has to be deliberate efforts to ensure that people are not used as, or human beings are not weaponized. So in the social media, like I said earlier this afternoon, is one of the best things that has happened to us. And it's also one of the worst things that has happened to us. It has made it possible for everybody, including me and you, to be involved in government activities. We are informed. But so also some people use the media to plant different divisive informations to cause chaos. So it is a necessity for government to ensure that we regulate most of these activities. Then the issue of COVID-19, I want to quickly add that as much as we pay attention to COVID-19, we should also pay attention to countering extremist activities, both on the internet and physically. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Once again, giving us a lot of light into the issues that are in question. As far as I'm aware, in terms of the people available, that's all. We can now start a discussion. Yes, Nicholas, please.
Thank you very much, panelists, for once again throwing more light on this particular issue. I have few comments and questions for clarifications, and as well for more to throw more insights. One is when I had the High Commissioner talking about government involvement and approval of sermons before it is preached. My question is, will it not be seen as intrusion into the freedom of worship that are enshrined in many people's constitution? Because I remember vividly in Nigeria, the government sometime this year tried to enact a law that will make government have access to the bank accounts of all the churches, or call it religious groups. But there have been very serious, vehement resistance to this proposal by government, which is a way to as well regulate their operations, as we could see some of them having private choppers, helicopters, airplanes, at the detriment of their subjects. So I'm saying, if government attempt to regulate these preachings, yes, you cited a country, Morocco, or so, but do you think this will not generate more problem for the government? Secondly, the Commissioner of Police of Rwanda talked about political goodwill, which I so much accept and agree to, that in this sense, politics is superior to science, because with political goodwill, we are able to develop and enact policies that will be able to help them to govern. But mine is to say that this goodwill requires a lot of advocacy and sensitization and awareness creation, such as this one we are doing today, or we started since yesterday. The advocacy and the ripple effect this may have may push government to learn from one or two things, best practices or good practices in other countries, especially what has come out from this meeting, the issue of sharing, the issue of sharing data management, research, and so on and so forth. In that sense, I call on these same governments and development partners to think of providing more support to institutions like us, the ATPS, and other partners that are involved in this conference, to seriously continue to engage the relevant stakeholders in the quadruple helix, the government, the private sector, the civil society, and the academia, to be think tanks, to provide share knowledge and lessons with a view to drawing on best practice and recommendations for government. So I encourage governments to provide support to institutions like us to be able to carry out these advocacies regularly in these regions in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we give Nicholas applause, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for that. Thank you, Nicholas, for that contribution. And I'm sure what Nicholas also meant saying us, he didn't mean only ATPS, but all organizations that are involved in one way or another in research, data collection, and better understanding of, or studies of better understanding of these issues of terrorism, extremism, and so forth, whether they are religious oriented or not, or for whatever other reasons. I think governments needs to be given the best possible information available from that research. And therefore, the pleading for the governments to support more research into these areas, I think, is very welcome. I would like also to suggest to the same institutions not to sit and wait. They should really try as much as possible to lobby the same governments and other institutions that have capacity to support research and information gathering. Let's hear any other comments, or perhaps we need. Yes, we can hear from. Then we'll come to you. Just put down in case you have.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thank you.
Mine is, okay, first and foremost, I don't want you to look at it as in it's so much gender, because I'm going to talk on something which is so much, it's something that I think one of us asked a question over the same. Where does gender come in when it comes to radicalization and such like? Mine is, I've not had so many of us talk of inclusivity, which is very key. And it is from the positive and the negative. One thing that I would like to bring forth is that when it comes to inclusivity, you realize that women, or rather the female gender, we've looked at them as people who can't really cause so much harm. But in the real sense, we are sitting on a time bomb. Believe me, we can do great things from both ends. We can choose to be the good people to bring peace in this region globally. At the same time, we can choose to destroy the whole globe, because as it has always been, we've been looked at as the weak sex. Yet we are not weak as such. What a man can do, I think as a woman I can do it double, if not triple, more than what you can do. So as we are looking at this, let's not put the female person at the backside. Because if we are not going to carry all of us in that bandwagon, you're leaving a voice that has never been heard. You're leaving a generation that can turn things upside down. And by the time you're realizing, we'll be coming out and saying, we've been looked down upon for a long time, now we are fighting for our space. So as we look forward to handling this issue of radicalization, it's very, very delicate, yet we have to look at it holistically. Holistically. Put the girl, the boy child together. Don't recline yourself so much to the boy child. Because even those madrasas, we have our own classes for the women, or whereby the women train their own children. The reason why I'm bringing in the women issue is because, one, if we have to counter, or if we want to get the early signs of radicalization, give me my son, I'll give you who he is. As simple as that. I'll be in a position to tell you that my son has changed. The way one of us was telling us here, out of the time, I actually spent close to 20 hours of my time with my son or with my child. But you as a father, how many hours do you spend with that child in a home? How many hours? You might get to a level whereby you are not spending any time with that child. You come in the night when that child is asleep. You leave when the child has already left or before the child wakes up. So carry these people all together. Do not leave any. In the name of, this one is harmless. We can be harmful as women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give her an applause, please. That is very useful contribution. Let everybody be carried along, irrespective of their gender, or shall I even say sex. Perhaps irrespective of their age also, irrespective of their community, irrespective of their nationality. This is a global phenomenon, and whoever has got the best information possible to assist confronting it must be brought on board. I think, thank you very much for those comments. But let me hear, we will still come for another round. Just hear some comments from the panelists with respect to any of the issues raised, or if they want to add on to what they had already done. Can we get the microphone back, please? And the panelists include the ones also virtually out there. Tell us if you want to contribute in the US, in Kenya, Nakosti, or indeed elsewhere. Any of the other people watching also, you are free to participate. Just come on board. Yes, please, you may go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I wanted to respond to the question raised by Dr. Ozo.
Yes. Somebody tell Nicholas, tell him his question is being addressed. Yes, you may proceed. He's with us now.
Thank you very much. You asked a very valid question as to the fact that these controls we talk about, or I have talked about, will they not infringe on that constitutionally provided right of worship, so to say? And you see, like I said, a lot of people have turned these scriptures to suit their personal needs. If we want to go to the Bible, for those of us who are Christians, it is provided, Jesus in the Bible said, give to that which is Caesar's and to God, which is God's. That is telling people to, encouraging people to obey the laws as much as you believe and trust in God. There is also a biblical provision. I'm trying to remember the point, where some preachers now interpret it differently, that from those who do not have, even what they have will be taken from them and be given to those who have. That has been misinterpreted. What I'm trying to say here is the fact that certain things have to be done. You asked the question and you answered part of it. Why do we allow these people to engage in that level of flamboyancy? They are flying private jets. They are driving the best cars. Are all this not supposed to be taxed? And when you are taxing a particular business venture, you want to also know the level of revenue, the level of income. I hope I'm not telling a lie. So if we have to know the level of income, you have, like in Nigeria, the example you gave, we have a man who leads a congregation of over the church on the airport road That place is like 5 times this place. You know how many people goes in there to worship? And everybody, let's say, puts tithes. You know how much money goes in there? Let us know. There's nothing wrong with knowing. In as much as we will infringe on the rights, there's also constitutional provisions to the effect that in the event that this activity or this freedom of yours now infringes on the security of the nation, that part of the security of nation will take privilege over this other one. So every right, every provision, constitutional provision by way of freedom has limits. So if in the event that controlling some of these activities will help to prevent these criminal activities, just like one of the speakers said, there has to be that political will to say that we must do this. And political will has to be 2 ways, not just from the government, but from all of us too. We also have to have the political will to say, please, let us accept. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that contribution. There is one of us online, just give us a second. Somebody called Ugoji Eze wants to contribute from Washington, D.C. Well, it's written here, Washington, D.C.
Hello, good morning here.
Yes, this is...
hello, good morning from the United States. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to first and foremost thank you so much for hosting this relevant and timely discussion preventing and countering violent extremism in the COVID era. I'd like to take off or contribute from what my sister Evelyn says.
Yes.
I, for one, believe that the role of women in terrorism should not be taken lightly. I have done extensive studies on women suicide bombers and women terrorists. My recommendation is that there should be a program for the de-radicalization of female terrorists and also female suicide bombers. One has to remember, there's a saying that women hold up half the sky. Women are indeed very powerful influencers and very powerful agents. So my recommendation is that the role of women in terrorism should be taken very, very seriously. One has to look at the high incidence of female members who are leaving the United Kingdom and indeed the United States to join ISIS in Syria.
Can I kindly request you? Excuse me, can I kindly request you to switch on your video? We can hear you talk very well, but we cannot see.
No, it's early here in New York. I'm afraid it's very early here in the United States. I'm in bed. I've been watching this program throughout.
Okay, it's all right. We can hear you very well. Go ahead, please, and we thank you very much. Go ahead.
One should not underestimate the role that women and girls play in terrorism. One has to look to the history in various countries. Take, for example, the crisis in Northern Ireland in the 60s, the role that women played there. The high incidence of women and girls who are being recruited by ISIS and who are leaving their homes. I'm not just talking about in Africa, also in Europe. There's a high incidence from London who are leaving and going to Syria. So my recommendation is that women should be brought into this dialogue. There should also be centers for the de-radicalization of women and girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ugozi. Let's give her an applause, please. Thank you very much. And do we hear, Prof, you have something else you want to say? Yes, please. Please run. Run.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would wish to applaud the lady who has just spoken from the United States about the role of women in preventing and countering violent extremism, and also how passionate our sister has talked about it. And of course, he has not just given instances, but we can actually quote instances of how women actually feel about radicalization. 9 months is the woman who actually feels the pain of a child, and then there is none who would wish actually to sow and never to reap. We, at the National Counterterrorism Center, just barely a month ago, we actually convened some of these women whose children actually has been in the battlefield of terrorism. And from the narrations and the feelings that you could see in the house is that, in fact, it is their best that are taken on the other side without their knowledge. That one simply points to the impact of how women actually feel when their children are actually recruited into Al-Shabaab or in the terrorist outfit in this world. And other than that, we also have various narrations. If you see, for example, in the Kenyan case, for the Kenyans who are here, there's a case of some women who are actually in agony when they were seeing their children being highlighted as one of the terrorists. And you could see the pain in women. So it is real. It is about being open to the women. In fact, what I would suggest, policy making sometimes is not just a reserve for the governments alone. The governments are actually supposed to be implementers, but policy can be generated from the solution, from the problems of the people. Women have actually appreciated the level to which violent extremism affects them, and the government equally appreciates. The government can avail resources. The only difficulty now, being a very unique area and being an area that it is now called an emerging issue, then there need to be concrete proposals that women actually should come up with that can be embraced by the policymakers. It is always very easy to sit on the other side and then point fingers on the policymaker. But we usually say, like the center, we embrace all the gender and more specifically women who have come with suggestions. And I believe none has actually been turned has been turned away. Whichever little that they have brought as part of the input, people have always struggled as a government, Kenyan government, to see how much they can be helped. So in my view, I feel that the women, this problem is in our society. You equally appreciate it as the government appreciate it, as men appreciate it. Can you come up with some concrete proposals to assist the government fight this menace? Because we fight it together as a nation, we fight it together as a people. Then that also applies to the aspect of supporting organizations that are of goodwill to countering violent extremism. It applies in the sense that, for example, an issue was raised about there are organizations that are playing a lot of part in sensitization, a lot of part in awareness creation. We have, as a government, really done a lot of awareness creation because we partner with so many institutions. In fact, we hold lectures, and this was just hit by COVID-19. Because now we cannot hold those lectures as we were holding them. Then came a question, what if someone could come with a suggestion of how we could effectively do it? Because if you hold a physical lecture, how many people will you reach in the whole country? That's the question that we as also implementers usually ask. Can we have innovative ways of reaching as many as possible. So if these organizations can research and come up with innovative and effective ways of doing sensitization, of doing awareness creation, I think this will go a long way. For example, in this era of COVID-19, there could be ways of reaching these youths. Say, for example, you target the youths. What are some of the innovative ways of reaching the youth maximally and effectively as possible? So it is a question of what are you bringing on the table in terms of awareness creation, in terms of sensitization, and even in terms of other aspects. So that is the greatest challenge we do have. We have these things we are talking about, but some of them are not as effective as we would think they should be. So it is a call for us that we need to upscale our level of tackling this thing, this menace of violent extremism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's hear any other. Yes, somebody there. Just tell us your name as you contribute so that we can know the people who are with us and possibly the affiliated institution.
Thank you so much, Professor. My name is Kevin Osido. I serve with an organization called County Governance Watch. I joined the early morning session online, but I'm lucky to have found this very important afternoon session on policy going on. So at County Governance Watch, we have a program which is more or less like a campaign called the Defend My Future campaign, which provides platforms for young people in institutions of higher learning and the counties, for the sake of Kenya, the 47 counties, to be able to engage with policymakers, especially with regards to providing platforms for influencing policy to respond to young people's needs and interests. I just wanted to make an addition and then a question to Dr. Opio from NCTC. I think one of the most progressive things that the government of Kenya has done is to be able to come up through an executive order by His Excellency the President, what is called the county action plans to prevent and counter violent extremism. And I carried a copy for Nairobi, which really is more of a framework that brings together multi-stakeholders to be able to respond to this threat and the menace on violent extremism. The question, however, is, and this goes to Daktari and maybe experiences from other parts of Africa and the world, how do we measure policy impact? Many actors doing very many things through the action plans. Now we have multi-stakeholder engagements, people just coming up with their own innovative ways to be able to respond to violent extremism. But what are the steps that the center is putting in place to ensure that we use the available platforms to measure impact and respond effectively to what government is doing, what the private sector is doing, and also other non-governmental institutions, particularly from a citizen perspective? The President says security starts with you. So how do we ensure that we measure the impact of what government is doing and how it's trickling to the grassroots? I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's give him an applause, please. Thank you very much for that. Maybe we could ask any of the panelists to respond to your question. We are waiting for the microphone. Nicholas, microphone. We need it here, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much, brother, for that question on how we measure impact. Really, this is a very pertinent question. And just as you mentioned that in this field of CVE, there are many actors. Then there is need actually to see what are the contributions? Are they contributing positively, or they are contributing negatively? First and foremost, the reason why at one point there was a very controversial legislation that was introduced, the Security Laws Amendment Act, where the center was given the mandate to ensure that all those actors in this field of CVE are brought to light. Because you can't say that you are fighting terrorism and you don't know the actors. Someone works going left, another one works going right. That was the first measure of knowing that are we going in the right direction or we are going in the negative direction. So bring the actors first on board, and for you to measure impact, get all their contribution. As much as impact can also be measured at individual organizational level, what actually the government uses to measure impact of its efforts to countering violent extremism is, for example, if this year you could be having like 300 materials consumed on violent extremism, like videos, all right? And then you have organizations that are acting on social media. For example, you partner with Google, or you partner with Facebook, or you partner with any other organization on social media to bring down some of the postings of violent extremism. They do it for this year. The next year, you also do a monitoring and evaluation to see this year, based on what we did, are there reductions? I would say that from the hard approach, it has been easier to do the measurement. But on the soft approach, which people, soft in quotes, which we call the preventative part, this has actually been a very big challenge because most of the organizations are also not ready to come on board. But we have been encouraging through that intervention of the county action plan, that is as a result of the presidential order. We usually go around the counties. There are counties that, because of resources, were prioritized. So we have gone to those counties and we have actually encouraged them. We have told them that we need a secretariat. This secretariat will actually be giving feedback to the national security organs in that county on some of the actions that they are taking up and some of the results that they are achieving. From then, we collect and see what actually are the impacts of this. So basically, that is what is in place. But we encourage them because these problems are not the same. We only provide them a framework of monitoring and evaluation. Just tell us that last time we had this number of cases. This time, these are the cases that we are getting. Because if you prevent, automatically that prevention will surface on for example, the number of attacks reduced, the number of violent extremist material consumed, the number of youths radicalized. Those are some of the ways we do measurement of the impact of the interventions. I don't know whether you're satisfied.
Well, thank you very much for that. Let's give him an applause, please. And at this juncture, I'm advised we need to go to the next session, and therefore I'm very delighted as a conclusion to really thank the panelists for this afternoon in this high-level panel, preventing and countering extremism, including, of course, terrorism. What they have said a lot will be put in the final report, and I believe ATPS will be able to circulate that report to all of us. And to me, the discussion has just started. We must find a way of continuing this discussion. We must find a way of educating all of us. We must find a way of involving all of us. The question of gender has been put up. It is very important. We therefore get the female gender involved in whatever strategies, methods that we are thinking are important, are effective. so that we can win this very important battle, national battles, regional battles, global battles against extremism, against terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we therefore close this session for now. Wish the panelists the best and request Nicholas to guide us about the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are here present physically and those who are online virtually outside there, we are now starting the final session of this meeting before we close. And it's really about presentation and adoption of a conference communique, which is always very important. And the Secretariat has been very active in ensuring we have a good communique. When I say the Secretariat, I mean ATPS, which is and our very able Executive Director here, Nicholas. The presenter of this, the presenter will be Alfred Nyambane. If he can get ready to do that, then we will have remarks from the Wilson Center, remarks from the CMDPS, and finally from ATPS. So, Alfred Nyambane, is he ready?
Yes.
Yes, please, go ahead then if you're ready.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof, for this opportunity. I will provide what I've managed to put together, but I'm sure there are so many solid points that have come at the last minute, which we will be able to incorporate going forward. So as a preamble, maybe as terrorism mutates in Africa, there is need for coordinated efforts at the level of research, policy, and practice in order to formulate working regional interventions that put into consideration changing dynamics occasioned by the coronavirus. The latter is rapidly creating an enabling environment for luring and targeting unsuspecting users into radicalization. However, this statement requires verification using data, so therefore need for research to confirm that. The African Technology Policy Studies Network, ATPS, hosted the first ever Southern Voices Network for Peace Building SVNP conference on 7th to 8th November 2020 in Nairobi, Kenya. So this is the East African SNV conference. The conference was organized by various partners, including Wilson Center, Center for Democracy, Peace and Security, CMDP of Rongo University, University of Rwanda, Women International Peace Center of Uganda, and Addis Ababa University, and the Institute of Policy Analysis and Research, Rwanda. So the delegates observed that the issues of violent extremism and radicalization have been a major issue in the East African region. This has grown to even cross-border sites not traditionally known for recruitment. The emerging new sites include Migori in Kenya, where extremist groups are targeting to recruit new members. There have been complaints by parents about teenagers joining strange groups and disappearance for certain periods, or even calling themselves strange names, characteristics of children or youth becoming recruited or radicalized. Number two, religious literacy is a major issue. There is a lot of misinterpretation of religious teachings, and it's very common, and the clergy have a big role to play to prevent this. Extreme religious ideologies need to be addressed through interfaith dialogue groups. The action plans that are being developed to counter terrorism must also involve all actors on the ground. The youth vulnerability is given, especially with the emergence of the social media and the internet, where they have access to everything and anything they are looking for. When youth are not taken care of, this becomes a serious societal problem. And we've heard recently that in the last session about how serious gender issues are. Gender is therefore a very critical aspect that needs to be considered. Young women, girls have also been involved in violent extremism as perpetrators or as victims, and their participation cannot be underestimated or overemphasized. There is increased access to internet, as I've mentioned before, that youth have access to negative information, which leads to self-radicalization, or they get negative influence from elsewhere, which again leads to, we had the term lone wolf attacks, where if they join groups, then they become extremist groups. Low education level or illiteracy has been noted to have contributed to high levels of radicalization. But however, we noted that even the highly educated people are also involved in violent extremism, as was the case in the Garissa University attack in Kenya. There is not enough data or research conducted to provide accurate facts and figures. Research needs to be conducted to ascertain some of the assumptions made regarding radicalization and recruitment, especially in the COVID-19 era. The pandemic has not stopped terrorism, or we are even not sure whether it has really increased it, but in some countries like Somalia, there have been increased cases of terrorism. Conspiracy theories have emerged around COVID-19, such as allegations that COVID is a biological weapon, COVID-19 is a biological weapon, or can be modified and used as such. And there were a lot of information or some allegations that lockdowns and curfews have been used to the advantage of terrorists or terrorist groups to recruit and strengthen their presence on the ground in certain areas and countries. However, again, there is a lot of missing data to prove this. Trust in the security or government systems connects with the speed of recruitment. It is also important that to work with communities to bridge the trust deficit. Overreaction by government affects the confidence of the people and especially with regard to COVID-19, which has created divided attention, with very little attention being given to counter violent extremism. No single driver can be attributed to a particular terrorist act. There is usually a combination of factors that drive violent extremism. Corruption has also been cited as one of the key drivers of terrorism, especially at the border points. Poor understanding of terrorism and extremism by some national institutions has also been mentioned as a major impediment in the fight against terrorism. The case example is the Rwanda incident, where a young man was given a very low sentence, very small sentence for actually killing someone. And then that person was again involved in a major terrorist act. So again, there is need to be able to understand and connect all these issues so that justice is given. Technology can be used to fight or promote terrorism or violent extremism, depending on how it is used. So in terms of resolutions or what delegates think would be solutions, there is need, number one, there is need to consider social media literacy programs to educate the youth not to be easily lured through social media, which is highly accessible. The government needs to use social media to plug in and convey useful messages to the youth. Number two, there is need to eliminate grounds for radicalization by providing opportunities for the youth. There was an example of Kazi kwa Vijana program in Kenya, but there is a question mark whether this is something that will continue beyond the COVID-19 period. There also need to introduce or develop more incubation hubs or digital hubs to keep the youth occupied in the development of useful innovations. Introduction of the youth programs, youth service, national youth service, like the one that exists in Kenya and Nigeria, as a requirement before allowing the youth to proceed to further their dreams. This has been supported, and the participants feel that this would entrench patriotism amongst the youth and provide them with extra technical skills, therefore further empowering them. Women also need to be brought into the dialogue. So we need to consider youth and women, because we already know that they are very critical and they are very much part and parcel of this fight of promoting this fight against terrorism. Need to encourage the provision of social amenities such as playing grounds, swimming pools, gyms, and recreational centers that will keep the youth occupied. I know governments have been taking over land that was meant for some sporting activities and so on, and therefore leading to diversion by the youth to do other things that are not as useful. There's need to consider all possibilities, and that anything is possible, and not just to focus on hotspots or traditionally known recruitment hotspots, and take all issues seriously and not and not as potential threats. So there's need not only focus on the hotspots and focus all or consider all threats valid. Terrorism knows no boundaries, and a good example is the case of Mozambique. I think foreigners have been involved in some terrorist acts, and therefore it requires concerted efforts by all governments in the region to work together to develop common counterterrorism strategies. Need to develop programs with the spectrum of the speed of recruitment. So need to also consider the soft approach to combating violent extremism. This may include mediation, where all involved are brought together to dialogue. Consider regulating religious groups in a way that does not infringe on their fundamental rights of worship has been also brought forward as something that can be considered and be used to check religious extremists. Need to continuously research to clearly understand violent extremism. Information is very critical, and therefore we need to revamp and revise the nature of research and how it is disseminated. A deeper understanding of online recruitment is also required. This can only be provided through in-depth research. Next, how do we narrow the trust effort? So it has been recommended that community policing, example is the Nyumba Kumi initiative in Kenya, the Ujamaa in Tanzania, Ubuntu in South Africa, and should be highly encouraged. Develop monitoring and evaluation systems that can be used to measure progress as well as share results of interventions. This can also be used to measure policy impacts. Finally, harmonize legal frameworks in the region, as well as strengthen national capacities holistically, targeting all stakeholders. It is also important to continue to collaborate and share information in fighting terrorism. It is not a fight for one country. There is need to innovate and make sure the strategies used by governments are superior to those of terrorists who also employ their own tactics. So to finalize, there is an appreciation that was delegates have expressed the appreciation to the ATPS and its partners for organizing this important conference and hosting it. That is the very first ever SNVP East African Conference on Policy on Violence. So the SNV Voices Network for Peace Building East African Policy Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Nyambane, can we go back to the Executive Director of ATPS? They will send, they are not online, so we can request the Executive Director at TPS to go ahead. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, once more. I must say that I'm overjoyed to come to this point where I would be saying thank you for participating in this 2-day policy conference on preventing and countering violent extremism in Eastern Africa in the COVID-19 era. My job is simple: to say thank you for listening, for participating, for contributing, for your presentations, for the insights you gave, for your presence. We are very happy. On behalf of the African Technology Policy Studies Network and all the partners to this meeting, including the Center for Media, Democracy, Peace and Security, Rongo University, Kenya, the Women's International Peace Center, Uganda, the Center for Conflict Management, University of Rwanda, the Institute of Policy Analysis and Research, Rwanda, the Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia, and the Wilson Center, United States of America. We say thank you very much for attending and participating. We have learned a lot. We have contributed a lot across various themes, including trying to understand violent extremism in the region, issues, the drivers, the facts and figures, the regional mechanisms in countering terrorism and violent extremism, the strategies and policies in the region. We have heard about violent extremism in the context of COVID-19, the issues, the impacts, the lessons. We have heard about the place of technology, science, technology, and innovation in violent extremism on the continent, whether it is promoting or whether it is countering. We have heard about the role of youth in countering violent extremism in the region. We have heard about the challenges in preventing and countering terrorism and violent extremism on the continent. We have also heard about religious radicalism and violent extremism in Africa. All these we have heard, and most importantly, we have had a high-level policy dialogue with government officials participating in different, from different countries, and we've heard about our resolutions, and I'm sure we all accept the provisions and content of the communique. If you have, having read it out, if you have any query or input extra to make, kindly send to us at the ATPS so that we integrate before we share with stakeholders. At this point, and considering that the chair of the ATPS board of directors is here, I would want to pass over the microphone for him to do the needful, because he is the highest authority here to close this event to the glory of God. So at this point, I'm sure that our partners, wherever they are listening to us, concur that I do this. We had thought that we're here again from Monday at the Wilson Center, but I think she's not online. So permit me, and most importantly, before I forget, please, we are very, very happy for your patience. As we know, we have overstretched you. The meeting was supposed to stop by 2, and then we go for lunch and end by 3. But now we are ending by almost 4:30. So extra 1 hour, kind of. So at this point, I want to invite his the chair of the board of directors of ATPS. He has a government the burning spear. I don't know how they pronounce. Sorry, he was given several awards, and I would like him. I like putting it, the order of the burning spear. Is it? How do I put it, please? And the chief of the burning spear. Those things are not easy because you must have worked for it before you get it. So allow me to invite him to finally close this event. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Nicholas, our executive director, ATPS. Really, I don't have much to say. Just one important thing. I think it's very important we appreciate the role that the Secretariat of ATPS has played to ensure that this 2-day conference has taken place successfully. And now we are at the end of the 2 days. We, in particular, of course, appreciate the role of our executive director, Dr. Nicholas Ozo. In Kenya, we say, asante sana, thank you very much. Continue the good work that the entire secretariat and that the chief executive or the executive director you're doing. Finally then, for me, it really has been a delight participating in this and working with ATPS and our partners who have been mentioned by Nicholas. We really appreciate the role they have played to ensure that this conference is successful. As I said, it's really the beginning of a collaboration between us, the partners, all those who participated in this meeting. And it's the beginning of a journey. We hope we will all continue working together and indeed ask a lot more institutions, persons to get together for all of us to find solutions to a very important challenge for our country, Kenya, for the region in terms of East and Central Africa, and for the entire Africa, and indeed as a global family. It affects every single country I'm aware of, and we can only confront it together as a people, as a family. I must certainly also appreciate in particular our chief guests. This was Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i, who accepted within a very short time to come and be our chief guest. We thank the CS very much and his team. We are also especially thankful for him sending one of his senior officials, the administrative secretary, the chief administrative secretary in the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Development. We thank you, Waziri. That is what we used to call them. I don't know what is the Swahili word for cabinet secretaries, for what you have done. We will continue consulting you and working with you closely to really confront issues that touch on technology for science innovation in our country and in the region. With respect to that, I stop there, and now the final statement is a formal closing statement, which is just one sentence. It is therefore my pleasure to officially close the conference. God bless you all. Hope to see you again soon.